that is just an aspect of creativity. And of course, it's a process that comes into the mind, yeah? It's a process. It does not just come from nowhere. It's something that is in the mind. So it keeps on like being built, keeps on being built, keeps on being built. So we are saying, in other words, that creativity, in simple words, means ability to imagine and do things or do something new. Imagine. But of course, you will be imagining and not imagining that newness is for the person who is seeing. It is you who is imagining that into the mind, yeah? So sorry, I can hear echoes. Maybe someone's mic is on. So what I'm trying to say is that you find that this ability is even in children. You find children trying to pick even an item from one place and moving it to another place, meaning the mind is actually active and doing something. So this mind wants to look at what would happen if this thing is moved from this level to another. So when we say creativity is a process, by the way, it takes some time because there are things you have to synchronize in the mind. Then there are things you have to put in order. Then you have to look for a way to even improve on something. So actually, you are improving on someone else's idea. Then there's an aspect of ability. Now, creativity in simple words means ability to imagine something new. Imagine something new. Imagine something new from what was already there or what was originally there. So you can think of how to modify that item to look a bit different or to bring in a newer aspect. So it's a connectivity of certain concepts. And of course, if you have to start processing your mind thought, it means you have some attitude in terms of being resilient, being patient, being eager, you're even curious. So creativity is also interlinked with a lot of attitude, because if your attitude is not there to help you want to be creative, then it means you will just fall back and sit, you'll just fall back and not want to do anything new. But of course, it is in everyone's like a mindset. And the moment this potential starts being revealed, then it means the world starts now changing. I'm hoping you've heard of this gentleman called Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton was standing under a tree, under an apple tree one time. And when he was standing under an apple tree, an apple fell down. And he wondered, why is this apple falling perpendicularly to the ground? In his mind, he was really thinking and wondering what is happening. So at some point, he thought, okay, there's some gravity drawing it. There's something drawing it, some gravity drawing it to the ground. So then he developed this concept of gravity. And that is how creativity, now that was like a creative moment for him. So what we are saying is that it has to be in the mind, and an attitude has to be there, a desire to want some curiosity of sorts to help someone get to a different level. So we have three parts of creativity. Namely motivation, creative thinking skills, and expertise. What we are saying here is for creativity to take place, you must have some expertise of sorts. So we are saying that you should have some technical skill. Maybe you are an engineer, there's a technical skill you're going to learn in terms of engineering. Maybe you are someone who is doing something totally different, a doctor, you must have some technical skill in terms of that doctorate or that whatever specific activity you are involved in. So there's a technical skill aspect, and then there's also some procedural. Okay, you start something, yes, even if you are to start, let's assume you want to cook ugali. How do you cook ugali? There's a process, and there's some expertise of sorts. You are told that you must have fire, you must light the fire, you must put the sufria, then you must put the ingredients and then make your ugali. So it's actually procedural and some intellectual, some kind of intellect, some IQ, some thought process. So it's more about gathering knowledge. So you gather, how do you gather this knowledge? How do you gather data? How do you even look at equation? You have an equation in terms of a sum or a statistic you want to look at. How do you analyze that? So the three parts of creativity, one of them is this expertise. And then there's also the aspect of creative thinking. You should also have a creative thinking skill, where we are saying you should have some imaginativeness. You should be someone who can imagine something. You are seeing this, but can you imagine this? You are seeing a bicycle with two with 2 wheels or 2 tires. Can you imagine a bicycle, a tricycle, something with 3 or even 4 wheels? And then you also look at different approaches to a problem. That is now the different approaches. Sometimes you don't look at things just the right way. Sometimes look at the negativity. Can the negativity be brought into making it more positive? So we are saying that at times you find that you have to think negative to bring out to bring that negativity into a solution. And that is why we talk about sometimes this issue of threats. Make the threats look like the opportunities for you to develop something or to do something. And when you have the expertise and you have the creative thinking skill, then it means also the third aspect would be motivation. So motivation joined to this would now bring you to making or solving that challenge that you want to solve, or getting to create the idea you really wanted to create at that point in time. And motivation also is in 2 ways. We have intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. So what we are saying here again is that intrinsic motivation is that self-driven within you. You just have a passion for something or to solve something or to make something. Extrinsic is more outside. You want to do it because other people, or maybe someone has to push you to do it. You want to do it because you need a reward or something. But the inner, the intrinsic motivation comes in to even pick up the greater aspect of creativity. So I hope we are getting it up to there. So now let's look at creative thinking. Now we look at creativity, and now we look at creative thinking, meaning moving beyond barriers. So we are moving beyond barriers, and we are saying often creativity involves lateral thinking. You are thinking this, you are thinking that, and the ability to perceive patterns. When you see something written on a board, what do you see? When you see diagrams drawn, what do you see? How are you able to perceive those patterns? What do you see? What can you formulate out of those patterns? It comes out very clear that sometimes some patterns are never too obvious. You look at something and you're like, okay, not so sure about this. Look at the tests we do when we are doing interviews, psychometric tests. These are some of the patterns we would be looking at in terms of creative thinking. Look at patterns like those ones of psychometric tests. You are being told, match this pattern to another. How do you match them? You have to start having that thought process, looking at it, analyzing, and ensuring that there's something coming out that can resonate with the solution to what you have been asked. So creative thinking might mean devising new ways to carry out tasks, solving problems, and even meeting challenges. Creativity thinking isn't just limited to artistic types. It's not just the art like this guy is doing, has done something and that is it. It's also, it's wide. It's wide, and sometimes it resonates with your field of study or your area of interest. So again, we are saying, like we said earlier, that creative thinking is something that can be learned. You can learn it so long as you are patient, so long as you are someone who is curious, so long as you have some resilience, you are patient, you don't want quick fix solutions. So that curiosity will send you into creative thinking. So in today's business world, this one I'll just read so we all get to understand. Creative thinking and innovation. These are keywords. The ones that highlighted in color are actually keywords we are going to be using when we are learning our creative thinking. So we are saying that in today's business world, creative thinking and innovation are more important than ever. Creative thinking, innovation, they go hand in hand. More and more, success is determined by your ability to come up. You see, this ability is what we already talked about earlier. Are you able to imagine something? Are you able to modify something? Are you able to think differently? So determined by our ability to come up with new ideas. Key point here, new ideas. Or do you just base your issues on the norm, what is already there? Look at yourself as a leader or as a HR professional. Are we able sometimes to make decisions differently from how we normally make them? Are we able to develop an idea to make it even better? Some of the policies we have, are we able to make them even better? Right now we have this COVID pandemic catching up with us. Are we able to modify our policies to meet or to meet the threshold of mitigating the issues or managing the issues that would catch up with us? So we are saying to coming up with ideas and innovative and creative solutions. Innovative, that is new solutions, and also creative solutions that have been developed out of creativity out of maybe improving on what was originally there. Solutions to opportunities. It's also about thinking differently, which we've already talked about. And more often than not, we just need a bit of prodding to do just that. A bit of poking, a bit of push, a bit of, some motivation of sorts, some trigger to get you to creative thinking. So there are so many things within that. You must be able to innovate, come up with new ideas, think, be patient, look at opportunities, and also get solutions. It's not just about now creativity or it's not just about just developing something. Look at solutions to a problem. So you have to get this creative thinking. The mind must open up to all ideas, to being able to analyze and then get to getting a solution. Now we have top creative thinking skills. These are just some. There are many, but we'll just look at this where we are saying that one of the top creative thinking skills is analytical skills. Ability to analyze things fast. What do we mean by saying ability to analyze things fast? I want us to look at, before you even analyze something, what do you do? What do we normally do before you analyze something? Normally, you have to understand whatever it is. You have to understand, if it is information, you have to understand that this is this information. So what do I want to get out of it? Is it the data? Is it the equation I want to solve? What exactly do I want to get out of that? So after you understand it, you can easily now be able to analyze and get things out of it very fast. So analytical skill is something that creative thinking would be looking at. Another thing would be open-mindedness. It's really important that you get open-minded, thinking of things no one else has considered before. Someone is doing this, but you are thinking of something else. This has not been done. Let me try this. You must have that idea, that drive of trying out new things. You don't want just to follow the norm through and through. And by therefore, leadership, you really have to open up your mind because one, there are some decisions you make which are just never like the policy is followed to the latter. Sometimes you have to break that policy because you look at the cost-benefit analysis out of the decisions you are making. So then you decide this is the route to go. And it is a one-off for this specific case. So you have to be open-minded if you have to be someone, or if for you to be known as having the creative thinking skills. Another top creative thinking skill is problem solving, ability to solve problems. How do you solve these problems? First, before you even solve a problem, you have to understand it. So are you able to ask questions? And another thing, before you even ask questions, when someone says you have an ability to solve problems, look at yourself. Someone is bringing you a case here. Before you even get to a third party to start asking them to support you, try and look for your own means of solving it. If someone gives you a puzzle to look at, some of us do Sudoku and all that. So by the time you're getting that, struggle with it. First try and see what can you make out of it? Which dots can you connect? How are you getting to now the solution? Until you get one solution and you're thinking not right, you get another solution, you're thinking not right, you're getting to another one. And finally you decide, now here where I've reached, I've gotten 3 different solutions or 3 different ideas. Now let me get someone else to maybe come in and help me, or come, we share. So you must have that ability to solve important issues. First, try them. Don't let other people try for you. You have to try them for you to be looked at as someone who has creative thinking skills. Then, organization. Being able to structure a plan of action with clear goals and deadlines. Look at even how we operate in our offices. Are we able to organize ourselves? Do we normally even have a to-do list? Organization. What do you want to start with? And what do you want to do next? And what do you want to do after? Because that will make you even be more efficient. That will give you an action plan to achieving the final or the goal you want to achieve at that point in time. That will also enable you to meet the deadlines that you would have escaped your mind if you did not have a proper plan in terms of being organized. So organization would make you also get there. Another top creative thinking skill is communication. Strong written and oral skills written and oral skills. How do you communicate? Ability to listen. Some of us don't listen. And several times people say that when you are listening, listen in such a way that someone will want to continue talking to you. Probe. Okay, have some like active listening. How are you listening? Is someone just talking to you and you're just seated backward, just relax, maybe one posture through and through. Sometimes even change your posture. Ask a question, probe them. Okay, go on, go on. You see, like when we're doing counseling or coaching, there are so many questions that come in. There are so many ways in which we listen, and there are so many ways in which we approach certain situations. So we are saying communication is very key. And also when you speak in such a way that other people will also want to listen to you, because again, it depends on how you are speaking, because how do you then speak? Because once you communicate, you can easily get, if you communicate effectively, you can easily get most of the ideas you need to finally be creative in the aspect you want to or in what you want to achieve. So we are saying that communication in terms of strong and oral written skills and ability to listen, asking the right questions. Sometimes people ask questions that are not right. Have you ever seen for professionals when we are even doing interviews? Sometimes you're asking someone a question and you are sad. The interview even wonders now, why was I even asked that question? Was it relevant? Was it really relevant? So ask the right questions that resonate with the topic that is at hand at that point in time. Okay, so we have the 4 stages of creativity. We have 4 stages of creativity, and our first stage is coping. We are saying that our first skills start normally by coping. You'll actually agree with me. Even when we started school, we were being told to write that or whatever, A, and we're writing a whole line. Then you're now told write C. So you're actually writing C through and through. You're actually copying. Someone else has done it, so you're just trying to see how you can get it, and sometimes even how you can get it better, how you can even perfect it. Yeah. So that is one aspect of or one stage of creativity. You must, it's important, just copy what other people have done, because you only have to improve on it to look like you have now become more creative, improve on what others have done. So after copying, there's that aspect of mixing. Now you're mixing. This one comes in to look like, you remember when we are doing the change in organizations, yeah, the change strategies, there's the unfreeze, freeze, and that change. So now this mixing, you have those blocks. You have your raw data. The raw data is mixing with the data that was already existing. As in now you are taking your ideas, or you are taking the ideas that were already there, you are putting in your dots in terms of the new information you are bringing in. That is what we'll be looking at, or that's the concept you're supposed to be understand by that. Then amalgamation, which easily comes to now look like now the mixing of the copying and the amalgamation is more of putting together the copying and the mixing. So there's much more kind of like integration within the two. So it might not easily be easy to even pick out now which component does not belong here or which one belongs here. Then finally you create your idea. So now the idea comes and it is so concrete, it has now been created. So once it is created, it looks like now a totally new idea, though it has been formulated out of copying. So there's the copying, then you mix together, like mixing maize and beans together, and then now you amalgamate. It's like now mashing it, so it becomes one component. Then now the creation action takes place, meaning the final product is now here, whether it is now being frozen into one block, it is already there, and that is how we look at that. So the stages of creativity is that they start from someone else's idea. Like you said again, you saw that small girl with fingers, paint on her fingers. That was someone's idea, but you can now make the paint a little different. You can think of how was the paint done. Maybe she just put her hands somewhere, she dipped in the paint, and that was it. But maybe now she can dip in another tin of paint, and then it comes out a little different. So what we are saying is basically just that. I hope we are all understanding something. So how do we identify a creative environment? For organizations where we work, I'm sure there are policies that govern how we operate. And sometimes these policies can be good or bad. We have cultures that also help us get to certain levels. So if you want to identify a creative environment, there's an aspect of risk-taking, which is acceptable to management, because sometimes creativity does not just come out of nowhere. You need to give someone space, you need to give them time, you need to give them even sometimes resources, because you have told them they have seen this and they are thinking, I can only make this better if I have this resource. So are we able to take risks by pumping in or supporting this person by giving them the resources? That's actually just taking a risk, because you are playing around with someone who wants to create something, but you're not so sure what eventually will come out of them. But it's important that the risk-taking aspect is there. If it is acceptable, then you know that that is now a good creative environment. New ideas and new ways of designing things are welcomed. By the way, for us again, and for HR, sometimes that's been very difficult. You find that you have good ideas you want to bring on board, but either way, you are being like pushed down and being told, not now, maybe later, something like that. So if the environment does not encourage new ideas, encourage new ways of looking at things, encourage designing new ways, you find that it will never work. For HR, there are so many forms sometimes we have, and we are like, okay, this form, I can design it like this and do it like this. Performance management forms, discipline forms, all those biodata forms, there's a way in which we can, or either way we found them already existing, but we discover something else has come in, and it is very key that that point is also put on the biodata. So you find that you have just to be given that leeway of doing things or designing things that are relevant, and that this design or this thought process is also welcome. If it is not welcome, then it means the environment is not conducive for creativity. Free-flowing information. There are times you want to be creative and you must get information from all over. But let me tell you, we are human beings and sometimes we are so unique. You'll find that there are people who don't give you the information you need. So you'll find that if you don't get the information you need, it might make your ideas you get into a total like mental block. So you cannot think anymore, you cannot get creative. So that then would deny you that good creative environment. Employees also have access to knowledge sources. A creative environment leads to that. Knowledge sources. Once you have a creative thought, sometimes your superiors, when doing performance management, would even give you something to look at, books to read, refer you to certain areas where you can get this information from. Maybe I can give an example. I do some baking once in a while. And when I've been doing this baking, sometimes I talk to my former boss, was a HR director some few years back. And I was telling her, nowadays I do cakes, blah, blah. She said, oh, very nice. How did you start? I said, I just thought my sister was doing this and I thought I should sponsor her to do that. And then now she came back and taught me. And I started now writing down recipes and all that. So she told me, good. In fact, another thing I can help you in doing is I will refer you to Moody Cakes or something. So I was like, oh, okay. So she told me, Google Moody Cakes and see what the Moody does, and then you can post yourself on Facebook or Instagram and tell people what you can do so they can know that you do what. So I'm saying employees have access to knowledge sources. Where is this knowledge coming from? If employees in an organization have nowhere to get a knowledge source, then that's also a problem. We do a lot of that through coaching, through having a resource center, through referrals, through allowing employees to get to forums like this one. So when we have such things, then you find it's actually an identification of a creative environment. Innovators are rewarded. Okay, rewards can come in many ways. We have there's just that appreciation. You have appreciated someone is doing something very well. You have even awarding them or rewarding them through calling them. The appreciation, even just a certificate, giving a certificate is just good enough. You don't have to give money all the time. But there are times also when a reward can come differently. A token is given, maybe not money, maybe a mug, maybe a jug, maybe a ball to play with, maybe a makeup kit, something like that. So you find that innovators are rewarded. And if they are rewarded, it means they will still get to start thinking so hard to want to innovate more. And the organization will become a very creative kind of, would develop a creative culture where things can work even well for you, and you'll find that you're moving and competing with the world. So good ideas are supported by executive patrons. Good ideas are supported. Can you imagine there are times you have very good ideas, but when you take them on board, you'll find that people are thinking, no, it should not even come from you. It should have come maybe from another arena and not you. Why would that happen? So if you find that is being done to you, it means that is being supported, and it will also now derail or block your mind into getting more innovative. And these are some of the things that even make employees want to run away from organizations. They think that they're getting a raw deal because they have good ideas. Yes, they want to support, they want even to make the organization more efficient, but they are being told, no, you must maintain the status quo. So they remain with the status quo and like, yeah, the bureaucracy here is too much. Maybe I should look for another place to go and work where I can be appreciated or where my ideas could be supported. So this is those are ways of identifying a creative environment. Look at this. Look at this. When you look at this, what are you seeing? So how do you create a creative environment? How do you create it? Consider the office layout of an office. The layout on an office layout, how is it? How is it looking like? Maybe it has the layout. Okay, nowadays people have even colorful offices. I see, you can see my office is, or where I am is greenish. You'll find that someone else is thinking white, another person is thinking gray. So all those things, consider the layout of the office. Layout does not only come in terms of color. What other thing is in the office? Imagine if you walked into an office that has all these things. What are you seeing? What is your mind even thinking? You try to figure out, what is this animal? And what is that? You start even thinking, this animal should be a dog. It should even have shorter legs, because you are now developing ideas from what you already know. What is this? Maybe the tail is too long. Maybe the behind is too. So you want to modify, you want to develop, you want to bring it closer to what you know, but you want to make it even better. So consider layout of the office in terms of just the general layout, the color, the shape, the arrangement of the furniture there. That would also help in creating a creative environment. Develop culture that stimulates innovation. Culture that stimulates, appreciate innovation. Look for ways to make people get more innovative. Support them, even if it is developing or having a budget for that. Allow that budget so long as it's going to be meaningful at some point in the organization. So you'll find that out of this, people get more creative. I remember when I was in some organization, we were doing water bottling, and we were told that we were given a leeway for employees. Please think of a name that you can give your water bottle. And people kept on saying sprinkles, sparklers, I don't know what. So many things came up, and finally, it was actually like we were betting. So you write whatever and submit it, and the best name was the best few names were taken to management, then to a second review. Then now the top name was picked, and the people were rewarded. So those whose names were at least put among consideration were given some token in terms of money. About, was it 2,000? Then the next level were being given 5,000, and the winner was given 20,000. You see, so that means there's that culture that stimulates innovation, and there's already a token that goes with that. So anytime we are told again, okay, now this time we want to do ABCD, we want to do maybe CSR out here, we want to do a shade, or we want to just get involved in CSR that is cost effective. How do we do that? Employees will come running and say, let me try this, let me try this, let me give this opinion, let me look at this, let me, give this idea. Maybe it's the best idea. So there must be that development of a culture that stimulates innovation. Then building a solid support base. Support all the time. We talk about support even during performance management. When you don't support your staff even during performance management, they will never really work so well. They'll feel like they've been left, or they will feel like they're being micromanaged. You see, there's one aspect in terms of supporting, and there's another aspect in terms of micromanaging, trying to follow through, follow so closely, minute by minute to see what they are doing, even watching their screen and all that. Give them a solid support base such that they're able to know that, yes, I'm working on this thing, and anytime I'm asking for support in terms of either time or either resources, or maybe money, or, all those things are being supported, are being given. And then We also have embracing staff empowerment. Empower staff. How would we empower staff? We can only empower them by appreciating what they are doing. You know, this is really nice. We could do it better. Could we then now get to another level? Could we now develop this? Through even giving them projects. Embrace staff empowerment, giving staff projects to do, like what we've just talked about, our water bottling plant. Give them something else to do, and they will keep on coming with new things and becoming more creative, because you have allowed them to think beyond just the usual and to get more innovative. And then introduce motivation strategies. Like I have said, which strategies would you use to motivate employees in terms of when they become creative and when they become more innovative? Because like I said again, innovative and creativity like go hand in hand. Though creativity is getting to developing something out of what was already existing, but innovation is bringing out something totally new. So introduce motivating or motivation strategies. These strategies can come in various ways. You can even be saying, okay, anyone who does something that is more creative or innovates something can be given maybe a training or a trip away from work or a day off. People will want to be more creative and do what? So you trigger that, or you push them to have that so they can be able to work well for you. Okay, so I hope I'm clear up to there. Look at this, creating a creative environment. So by doing this, I'll just do some little exercises. I know we have pens and paper where we are. Please get down to your pen and paper. Look at these two diagrams. Look at these two diagrams and get to completing each diagram. Complete this diagram. After you are done, complete this other diagram. Complete it in whichever way you want to complete it. Just try. I'm giving you 2 minutes, 1 minute for each. Okay, start. Complete it in a way, and in a creative way. Don't just complete it haphazardly. Complete it in a creative way. Please, let's go and do that. 2 minutes. I'm giving you 2 minutes to complete that. So have we done that? I'm hoping we have done that. And if we have done that, what is it you have drawn? I wish we could share this. What is it you have come up with? Someone may have just drawn a circle because they're thinking, or something oval because they're thinking that is it. Someone else has drawn a cape, maybe. What of this one? What can you make out of this? Creatively. Okay. Creatively, I hope we are all done now. Okay, so now let's get to see what I did myself. Look at this. Result A, this is what I did using this. So I got to getting this. Are you seeing? This is how creative one can be. You develop an idea out of another. This is what was there, but you want to be creative. So you're developing or improving on what already someone did. So someone did this and I got to improve it. This is what creativity now means. I improved it to look like nice, a wall hanging that has an eye on it. And this is someone doing what? With water dripping out of a glass. Did we imagine, or is your drawing the same as this? Maybe you have a totally different drawing. And like we said again, the mind processes things differently. And for every other person, it is unique, and the thought process is so unique such that That's what we call creativity, creative. So like this, you have done this, and someone else will be looking at it totally differently. Or what you have drawn, if you were to exchange what you have drawn with the other partner, you'll find that it is totally interesting. Sometimes even laugh at it and ask them, what were you planning? What were you trying to do? Something like that. So that is it. Then, of course, let's look at my result B, what I did again, result B. Something has happened. There, look at my result B. Same drawing, same drawing. What are you seeing? A shark wanting to eat the fish. What are you seeing here? Something else. So all these things happen, and I'm sure we have all come up with totally different aspects in terms of getting that. Now let's look at this. Let's look at this now. Let's look at creativity in individuals. Let's look at creativity in individuals. So when we start looking at creativity in individuals, we have to understand certain aspects. We have two very relevant skills, the domain and the creativity aspect, the domain skill and the relevant skill. Well, we are saying that the domain skill includes the knowledge about the domain, the knowledge about what you want to come up with, or the knowledge of your discipline. You are a HR professional, so you have knowledge about policies, or you are a doctor, you have knowledge about medicine, or you are an artist, you have knowledge about drawing, or you are a marketer, knowledge about marketing. So the knowledge of the domain. And then you also then need some technical skills. What are some of the technical skills you need as a HR professional? What are some of the technical skills you need as a doctor or as an engineer and all that? So what we are saying is that the special domain is actually the relevant talent, HR professional. So then I should be looking at how well can I develop my policies? How do I design my forms? How do I design my performance management? How do I lay out my discipline process? Something like that. It all depends on innate cognitive abilities. Some abilities that you have that are inborn. Yeah, perception, some motor skills, some driven skills, or some balancing skills of sorts, and some formal or informal education. It's both. You can have formal education and even a bit of informal education. That is now the domain. Depends on all this. And under creativity, because that's another component of individual creativity, under creativity, which is a relevant skill again, it includes appropriate cognitive style. How do you understand, how is your style in terms of how do you approach issues? Which style do you use in terms of approaching issues? Implicit or explicit heuristics for generating novel ideas. Kind of a thought process that makes you generate the new ideas. What thought process do you normally have? What drives you to even get you to generating the novel ideas? And what work style do you use? People have different work styles they use. There are those who want to work as a team. There are those who want to work as loners. There's those who want to work under a lot of noise, and others want to work in a very quiet environment. But all these things, sorry, my mouse is now not, so all this, okay, fine. So all these things depend on the training you received or the training you have had before, your experience on idea generation, some personality characteristics. Are you vibrant? Are you able to communicate? Are you able to ask questions? Are you even able to draw? Are you able to come up with a certain strategy? Are you able to develop even a form? Something like that. So that comes out of the trainings you receive, either on the job or away from out of the job, or what you even saw initially through copying. So that would make you become more creative. Then there's the task motivation, which includes attitudes towards a task. The attitude is really key. Attitude is key. Very important that you get to. Very important that you get to have good attitude to enable you move a notch higher. So we are saying that attitude towards the task that you have been assigned or the task that is at hand is really good. and perception of own motivation for undertaking the task. So now the task is here, and you're like, I think this thing is too boring, I'll not be able to take it. So already the attitude is negative, so it might not even help you. But that attitude also depends on the initial level of intrinsic motivation. What is the level of your passion towards getting to that level? What is the level of your passion to move even further? You know, your presence or absence of silent extrinsic. Sometimes those extrinsic, are you doing it because you want to please someone, or are you doing it because it is you? You just want to please yourself. You just want to feel nice. It's the way sometimes we dress up when we are coming to work or when you are going to church. When you are dressing, are you dressing because it is just an inner passion, that feeling of this is how you want to look like? Or are you doing that because you have to please someone, or for someone, or for people to give you some compliments of sorts? So that would also be something to be looking at. So the task motivation can make you move faster or lag, or again get to working on it, but maybe with very low moods. So that's all about creative thinking in terms of looking at the stages and then the environments under which that is done. So we can look at another topic in terms of the factors. So factors that encourage creativity, they're more related to what we've already talked about, intellectual factors. How well do you imagine? How well are you flexible? How well are you original in what you do? How well do you become original in what you do, such that, okay, and as much as you have copied, you have brought out something new in terms of what you have brought out, and maybe now, if it was a cat, the cat has now changed, it has become a pig because there's something you saw in that cat that was not right, so you made it a pig because of certain factors you saw in that, or the concept that was already there was not appealing to what you want to bring out, so it comes differently. Flexibility. Flexibility in terms of change. Be flexible in terms of change. That's another factor that would encourage creativity. Be flexible, as you can change even your thought process. You're looking at this like this, but now you can even be flexible to look at it differently. So have so many ideas and keep on picking those ideas, because when you're not flexible again, then it means you are so tuned to, your mind is so focused on one aspect. You're so rigid, you can never like change an aspect, or you're not adaptive to change. You're not responsive to change, then it becomes difficult for you to operate in the coming years, or in future, or competing in an organization. Memory, good memory is also good because it will encourage you to be creative. One, imagine if today I'm telling you, can you draw maybe a cow? Look at how we'll draw that cow. Look at some of us. Some of us already even can understand, can still get back and draw that cow really nicely, really well. If I said even now, let's get back to drawing that small girl whom we saw with fingers like this. How many of us can draw that? How many of us can even remember the colors that were on the fingers? Good memory encourages creativity, because already, like I've said, you're drawing a cat has been drawn, you want to develop it to make it even be a pig. So you're just using your memory in terms of collecting or reflecting back. What is it you're picking out of what you saw? Then the thinking, you have to also think. You cannot also just operate in a dormant mind. You must be thinking, so now what else? Is this the end of this journey? Can this be modified? Can it do something? Is it even of value? Because sometimes you don't just want to be creative for nothing. That creativity must come up with some value in it. So is it of value, whatever it is you are thinking of, and what you finally get? And then just getting observative. There are times even before you develop your idea, you want to really observe. So what is this? This is that sketch. Like now exercise we've just done. We're looking at it and wondering, what is that, whatever that looks like an arrow? Is it now an arrow? Okay. Is it just a drawing, or is it supposed to be an animal? Is it supposed to be a letter? You know, all those things. So observation spirit, you observe and you're like, okay, so this is actually what it is. Now this is what I can get out of. So observation will also be a good factor in terms of that. So the intellectual factors, personality factors, the skills, perseverance, the will to do something, the motivation, what drives you, the passion, then the interest. Of course, sometimes you can't do something if you have no interest. Just like I said, I do cake business. Because I had an interest, and up to today, I still do it. And anytime I have no cake to sell, by the way, I get back to my dummy, because you also have to do a lot of practice in terms of making your layout look nice, your setup look nice. So sometimes I go out of my way to even just do my fondant, then I cover a dummy, then I take a photo and post to say this is the cake I've made today, because the inside I can do that, but now the outside is what is changing over the years. You find that someone wants a cake that is fondant made, it has ABCD on it, so you have to also work to the specifications of it. So the interest, the motivation, what drives me to want to do that, I just have that inner feeling, that inner passion, that I feel like it just makes me feel good that I can improve over time on what I'm doing. And of course, the interest. If you have an interest in something, it means you'll also create time for it. Create time, and then obviously there'll be that aspect of creative attitude. What is the attitude? Are you just quiet waiting for someone to tell you now do this, so you do it? Have a creative attitude where you can also like just try to think of something outside the box all the time. Think differently. So those are some of the personality factors. And then of course we have the external factors. Color. Color would also encourage creativity. Sometimes you see a color and you're like, oh, this color looks so nice. Look at even this color, it looks so nice. Then you look like it can reflect, it can look like, represent the moon. For me, I'm thinking that. For you, you'd be thinking something different out of this. Someone else would be thinking, a board with spikes. So external factors can also encourage creativity. Familiar surrounding can also encourage creativity. Imagine visiting your friend at their house and you see how they've arranged their house. They're time to just wake up and say, I wish you'd put this bed here. And this sofa set put it like this. This one, change it like this. You actually, in that familiar surrounding, you're able to move things to look like you want to make them, you want to make them resonate with what you like or what you want. Light, just having enough light somewhere can also encourage creativity. Imagine if you are in darkness, you're just in darkness, you have closed your eyes the whole day. It would be so boring, you'd even now sleep instead of thinking. But when there's too much light, sometimes it opens up your mind. It's like a trigger to make you now start thinking this, thinking that, seeing that. Sometimes even see whatever it is you want to modify. So your creativity becomes so improved. Noise temperature. Sometimes noise temperatures can make you become also creative. Look at sometimes when you go to catch a mat out there. There's so much noise and you're thinking, what can you do to reduce on this noise? So you become creative in terms of, okay, there's one thing we can do. Maybe if I were able to talk to the governor, this is what I'll tell them to do. Maybe this stage should not be in town, it should be elsewhere away from town. Maybe this noise should be sounding like this. Is there a way we can now maybe put something or block something to make it so? All those things are actually factors that encourage creativity. So whichever way, we must have the intellectual factors, the external factors, and personality factors combined, so they drive each other to encourage creativity. Okay. So then we also have, I think we go to the next one. Principles of creativity. Principles of creativity. So when we talk about principles of creativity, we are looking at 5 principles which govern creativity. One would be defining and distilling a problem. Defining and distilling a problem. So we are saying that the things that are created are not monolithic, but they are a combination of, it's not just one solid component. It is a combination of components. And we say that it's important that we define exactly what we want to achieve in terms of creativity to be able or to then get innovative. What is it we want? So you can even write down, define the issue clearly, so you get to now breaking it down with some smaller ideas. What exactly do you want to achieve at that point in time? Or it's also important that you don't just throw any ideas away. Embrace all ideas that come in your mind. So write them down. All those ideas, write them down. It's just like when you want to build a house, you want to construct your dream house. Sometimes you sit down, you write down all the things you need, how the windows will look like, how the doors, how the flash washroom will look like, and all those things. So you put all of them down because at some point they'll be valid, they will be something you can work with. Then learn the rules before breaking them. Understand some of these concepts, yeah? Understand, because we are saying that creativity comes only after years of preparation. You have to prepare, you have to understand, you have to study, you have to research. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of working, there's a lot of feedback you get from people out of some of the small things you have done. So learn to understand so much about this before you even break the rule of, now you don't want this, you don't want that, you don't want this, and you only want to concentrate on one aspect. Then we also look at crossing domains. What does crossing domains mean? That although deep knowledge of subject is necessary, it's not enough. Innovations happens in more than one domain. More than one domain, meaning it can operate in more than one component. So you find that you have to bring in all those 2-3 components together to then bring out the aspect of innovation. So even if it were patterns, you have to cross, you have to do what? To cross the T's, and then you join the dots to get to being or having that aspect of the principle of creativity. Then the 5th principle is hedge your bets. Most of the innovators are big dreamers, but they bet on big ideas. But in reality, everything is complicated. Sometimes it can be so complicated. So there are times you have to look for what would work well for you, because don't again throw away everything to think like everything would be useless. So sometimes look at what you can do best and try to just work on it in terms of that is the best you can do at that point in time. And then keep at it. Creativity is something which does not come easily, even with genius people. So keep on holding on to whatever you are doing and continue improving on it over time. Continue improving on it over time, because the more work you do, the more your work becomes better. So those are just the principles that govern that, and some of them are supported by certain studies. If you get through the notes slowly, you can get them. Positive attitudes for creativity. I hope we are moving together. So we'll look at the positive attitudes for creativity. And some of those positive attitudes of creativity are: 1, curiosity. Creative people are very curious all the time, looking at things differently, trying to see how they can get something out of the expected, asking questions through and through. What if? I wonder if this is going to happen. I wonder how it's going to look like. What if I made this look a bit different? What if I picked this and put it here? Just like I said again, when I was saying that sometimes we get to start seeing someone and you're thinking, oh, they have not even put their tie nicely. So you want to even you want even to help them. You're actually creative. You want the tie to look to look like, or to stand in a certain manner. So it's also good to ask questions, because they help you build, or they make you become more curious. And the more you are more curious, the more you have a positive attitude for creativity. Because sometimes you ask someone, so what is this you have made? Then they tell you it's a jug. But does a jug have to look like this? Sometimes even asking questions, even asking, why did you choose this color? So it makes you start understanding something out of what someone else has made. So you're able to make yours even better, because through that you are seeing, you can even pick a gap out of what they have done. So once you pick a gap out of what they have done, it means you're able to now make your challenge even better, or modify whatever it is to make it even better. And that is why, again, you find in most cases, there are so many products that are out in the market, and all the time, some improvement is being done. Somebody else has made this kind of sofa set. Then over the years, another person comes with a different sofa set, then a different. But of course, there's a reason why they do that, and maybe because the clients also want to get that. But curiosity is one aspect of positive attitude in terms of creativity. Another positive is challenge. So again, in terms of challenge, creative people are always, again, curious. They're eager in challenging the assumptions behind ideas, proposals, and even problems. Even when we are doing theses, you find that when you're doing a thesis of your project, sometimes you have a hypothesis there. Why do you have that hypothesis there? You have someone who just thinks, yeah, I just must ensure that I'm nullifying this hypothesis or I'm agreeing with this and this is what I want to. So there's a problem. They are so eager to want to solve a problem. So they come in very strongly and they get to understand the issue at hand, then they can identify the problem, then they can work on the problem. So we are saying that when we break apart a new idea or new assumption arises, you're breaking apart as in now, this is not the norm. There's a problem here. We have always done this thing like this, but from what I'm seeing now, we have to change. Now look at it differently. So that aspect of positive activity then is good. And one of the attitudes are challenge. And we're saying that anyone who is then has an aspect of picking challenges is ready to take risk and try new things differently. Because again, sometimes people are so scared. People always think like, I think I don't want to take up this challenge. It's a bit too difficult. It's a bit too tricky for me. I might not even take it. So let me maybe pass and get to another level. Constructive discontent. Creative people often have an acute awareness of what's wrong with the world around them, but they are also constructive about their awareness and won't allow themselves to be bogged down. So you're seeing something that is not right around you and you're thinking it should not even let you get bogged down. You're not so concerned about it, but you're trying to look at it as it's a threat, it's a challenge, yes. Can we make it now become something more constructive? Can we make the negative become even a positive, yeah? Like now we have this COVID thing and people are thinking now what? So now we have the masks also being done and people are thinking this mask. People even looked for a way to even modify the mask. At first people are even resisting and thinking, how can we cover our face? We're looking so smart, how do we again cover something? People even come in terms of now getting to put on colored masks, color to match what you think will resonate with your body color or what you are putting on. So constructive discontent is also another attitude for creativity. Belief or optimism. The creative thinker always believes that something can always be done to eliminate or help in solving a problem. Something can be done, meaning by the time they're even looking about or they want to solve a problem, they've looked at the best alternatives, meaning they have many options they have looked at, then they've picked the best alternative. So they believe that at least at some point we'll have something that can work at this point in time. And if this does not work, we can get to the next best alternative to work with it. Positive attitude of creativity also comes in terms of seeing the good in the bad. Creative thinkers, when faced with the poor solutions, don't cast them away. Instead, they ask, what is good in it? Most of the time, you find that when we are in organizations and change is coming, people really resist change. And they resist because of one thing. Why? They keep on asking themselves, but is this change really good? Is this change really, how will I benefit out of it? So in positive attitude for creativity, we are looking at the good in the bad. Okay, this change is bad, yes. But what can I make good out of it? Or how is it going to be good for me? What is in this change for me? So seeing the good in something bad is also something someone who is looking to be more creative would be looking at. Someone cannot just be saying this thing is bad, this thing is bad. It could even be a chair. Your sofa set is really bad. Your office furniture is really bad. But what can you do about it to make it even better? There are ways you can make it more useful. Maybe you even have, let's now take it back at home. We have containers which we use for doing what? For our, maybe the buckets we have been using for washing clothes. The buckets are there and they are getting torn and whatever. Do you know, in as much as you're seeing that bucket as a bad thing, sometimes you even want to throw it away. You can make that bucket become your dustbin. Some people don't look at it that way. They are thinking, let me just throw away. I don't need it. But you can make it useful. So what we are saying that even with the worst at hand, you can still pick some good idea out of that bad one. And sometimes we are saying that it's often out of the little problems or mistakes that an idea is actually improved. So today you are managing like this, but in the next time when you have another challenge of that kind, you now look at what did you do right here and what did not work here, so you don't now use it to approach the next challenge. Flexible imagination. Creative thinkers have this amazing ability to see a problem or a challenge, its many potential solutions. So flexible imagination. Now what we are saying again is picking all the ideas, put all the ideas on table. Don't rubbish anything, because you don't know which idea would be the best for you to pick at that point in time. And you have to make your mind flexible to pick these ideas to get to giving you a solution that you really want. When you're not flexible in terms of what you're thinking, then you find that again, it can bring in some disconnectivity in terms of what you want to achieve. So you must have some flexible imagination. Think this, think that, and then look at which dots would connect with what better for you to then bring in some flexible imagination or some better way of doing something. Hope we are good there. So let's look at something called intelligence versus creativity. I know many of us will be asking ourselves that now, what is intelligence? What is creativity? But we know very well that intelligence comes with a lot of, look at the IQ, your brightness. How bright are you? You know, that is the knowledge learned. So we are saying that intelligence is measured by tests for abilities and aptitude skills. Just a comparison. Intelligence is measured by those tests, aptitude skills. Sometimes they are timed. Actually, they are timed. They are timed, and they are strange aptitude tests that you might not even understand what they're trying to test. But at some point, when the results come out, they now tell you your IQ is at this level. And we are saying for creativity, thinking is a mental process that usually produces a novel solution to a problem. Thinking is mental, it's in the mind. You're thinking, then you get to understanding that, yeah, I think where I've reached now, I can start now breaking this thought process into doing that, or I want to break this thought process to do this or do the other. So you find that under intelligence is possible to have intelligence, but entirely poor creative. You can be very bright, yes, but not good at thinking. Because another thing again about intelligence is that you are reading, you actually, some of it is out of the memory, what you have learned earlier, what you know, what you have read, and it's out of the research you have done and the memory you have to be able to conceptualize or to hold an idea. And under creativity, it's possible to have highly creative but average intelligence processes. So you can be highly creative, but the average intelligence level or the intelligence level is just average. Now, intelligence is convergent in thinking, convergent. So like tuned to a certain line, a certain way of thinking, because all the things you are doing maybe are out of what you have learned. So you just know that this process works like this. Look at a maths equation. It can only be this. Then look at the creativity aspect where we are saying that it is divergent in terms of thinking. It is all ideas coming in, So it is thinking this, thinking that, thinking the other, and then finally then coming in, as opposed to intelligence. So intelligence has also a logical approach, and the creativity has non-logical approach. Under intelligence, the logical approach would come in, like we say, that if it is going to school and learning something, you find that you are going to school, you're learning something, so this is how it's supposed to. Your brain is conditioned to operate in a certain way, or to pick the ideas and place them in a certain way. But under creativity, you'll find that there's a non-logical approach. You just put your idea one, maybe you put your centerpiece and put a name there. Then you start drawing your arrows and adding on to improving that, or the alternatives you want to have in terms of the approach you want to make. And then under intelligence, we have conventional solutions, and under creativity, we have fresh and new solutions. Conventional solutions that are already existing, solutions that are already like predefined, solutions that can be predicted. But under creativity, the solutions would be fresh, the solutions would be new, the solutions might even be unique. You've never seen them before, so they're just coming out and looking like this. So then again, we get to look at the relationship between creativity and intelligence. So intelligence, like we said again, is the ability to acquire and utilize knowledge. You acquire knowledge through reading, through research, through some forums. That is more of the IQ, and it plays a part then in critical thinking. That is the interrelationship. It plays a part in creative thinking. So you have acquired knowledge, you have read, you have researched, you have picked data and all that. Then you utilize that knowledge. That is the IQ. But again, it plays a part in creative thinking. Then on the other hand, ability to come up with ideas through mental process of connecting existing concepts. That is now creativity. You're able to come up with ideas. You are able to come up with those ideas through thinking. So when you are thinking, your mental process is also connecting an idea. This can go with this can go with this can go with that. Just the way, again, we get back to trying to even develop our day plan. We are developing a day plan, we're thinking this can come first, then this next, then this next. So in terms of intelligence, again, interpretation, under intelligence, interpret information and provide solutions. Intelligence interprets information and provides solution. So information is interpreted and then solutions are provided. This demonstrates intelligence relations to creativity. First, we interpret the information. So this is the information that is there, you have read, so you interpret, what is it saying? Then you get creative to demonstrate or to provide the solutions. And under creativity, coming up with creative ideas does not need a high IQ. You'll agree with me. Coming up with creative ideas does not need a high IQ. Sometimes the mind just operates differently. And by the way, let me tell you something. You'll find that like when you are going to visit the people living with disability or the people who are differently abled, you'll find that their IQ would be low, but their creativity aspect is a bit even better. Look at even the prisoners. When you go to the prison and see what these people have done, not that they have gone to school, they have not read so much, but you'll find that some of them have a very good creative idea that does not need an IQ. So under intelligence, again, there's an ability to filter solutions efficiently. You can filter solutions, get one to another and another. Under creativity, it is more about connecting. You just connect. Before you even get to the solution or to the final aspect, you are connecting. If I put this color and this color, I might get this. And if I get this, I can paint it here. You know, that's not a painter looking at that. It's more of connecting. What are you connecting? If I put this wood, or if I add this notice board, if I add some silver lining on it to look better, something like that. And under intelligence, it only gets so far when it comes to the creativity. Intelligence only gets so far when there's some creativity in it. Okay, so overall or in summary, we are saying that intelligence matters, demonstrates your ability to gather knowledge and effectively use it. Acquiring knowledge, what you've already just read here, acquiring knowledge and utilizing it or using it effectively. And creativity is the ability to go beyond the intelligence frame and capitalize on seemingly random connections of concepts. So in conclusion, expert creatives don't need to be more intelligent than the average person. So all of us can actually be creative. It's only that the degree of creativity then matters. They only do simple things and become more diligent than anyone else. They have more experience. They think on their own. I mean, they think on their experiences more often. And when they start pushing potential outcomes to problems or projects, they simply work more with the ideas they come up with. Those are now the creativity aspect or the relationship between creative and intelligence. We are saying now the guys who are creative now think more, they get to learn more, they get to pursue more, to look at, to get the potential outcome. Okay. I think up to there we are clear. So we tackle innovations and business creativity, then maybe we'll take a break. So innovations and business creativity, that is something we are supposed to be looking at, innovations and business creativity. So innovation is about creating value and increasing efficiency and therefore growing your business. Innovation most of the time in businesses is just supposed to add value. And once it adds value, it increases your business so you can make more money. When you make more money, you are making more profits. When you make more profits, you are supposed to even expand your business. So creating value, creating or increasing efficiency, growing business. That is more about innovation, bringing in new things by creating value. And then we are saying that without innovation, new products, new services, new ways of doing businesses would never emerge, because innovation is all about like new products. Imagine in the market there we are doing now, we are marketers, or we are doing our water bottling plant, and we keep on using the same bottle through and through. At some point, other markets will emerge with a better bottle. Did you ever see Dasani? Dasani started a bottle, then they came with another very beautiful bottle, then another one, then now it moved from white to blue. So all these things are just innovation in the business. So coming in with differentiating the product, or coming in with a new product. Now maybe they're now doing water. I mean, they're now doing sugar, or they're doing masks. You see, new products, new services, or new ways of doing something, bringing in a new way of doing something. So you break from the norm into bringing in a new way of doing something. And we are saying that most organizations would be forever stuck doing the same things, the same old way, without innovation. So it is important that organizations get innovative, and that means the business will become more creative, and only if the people are empowered to get to being supported to become creative and innovative. So we look at just two types of innovations, where we have the incremental innovation and the radical innovation. And we are saying incremental innovation is generally exploiting existing ideas, and the incremental innovation will be built upon existing knowledge and resources, increasing on the existing knowledge. So it's like now the creativity we are talking about, being creative, developing on the already existing, making it even better. So developing upon existing knowledge and resources within a certain company, meaning it will be a competence enhancing. It will enhance the competence of the employees in that organization. And then radical innovation would also be looked at as finding something new to the world. That is now the radical, something new to the world. When the mobile phones started coming in, we never had mobile phones. Then the mobile phones came, television, transistors. This will generally make more time. I mean, they generally will take more time, since the research and development is required for them to take place. And so we are saying the radical, because they will require completely new knowledge and resources, and will therefore be competence destroying. That's what it's actually termed, competence destroying. Radical. It's a totally new innovation, totally new in that it takes a longer time. So you'd find that even if it was a matter of looking at the competencies at that point in time, we call it a competence destroying factor. So the two innovations, or the two innovative ideas, emerge because of unsatisfied customer demographic changes in the society, in the market, in the knowledge-based concept, in research and development, and in problem solving. So we are saying that in business, most of the time there are challenges that come, or the challenges that face us in business. And these challenges come because customers are now demanding something totally different from what is in the market. The demographic changes, the age bracket now is changing, when the young turks want to put on the tights, and the old guys want to put on maybe jumpers or something totally different. The market changes, the changes in the society, the knowledge-based concepts. What knowledge is out there now? Everybody's going digital. So then do we need to continue having like our trainings in-house, something like that? And then the research and development would also trigger innovation and, of course, problem solving. All innovations come in because they must be aligned to solving a certain problem, or making or enhancing a certain gap, or making things work better because of competition in organizations. So let's look at business creativity and innovation. Business creativity and innovation. And we are saying that under this, looking at it generally, today's corporate world demands more innovation and creativity. It sometimes even requires to eliminate some odd and good ideas which were followed in the business. For corporates willing to take risks, it's necessary to follow the creativity process and policies that support creativity. So now let's look at some of the stages of business creativity process. The stages, we only have 4 stages of business creativity. process. We have 4 stages. And one stage, or the first stage, is preparation. What does preparation mean? Building a knowledge base information, building a knowledge base by information gathering. What information are you gathering? What data do you want to get? What is it you want, or which is your scope of, what is the scope of what you want to pick? And the creative process comes or can come to a halt temporarily at this stage when there are no results, because you are preparing yourself. You want to start being creative. Do you even have resources? Do you have an enabling environment? Do you have even books to read? Do you have research? Do you have something maybe you want to look at and start improving on? Even just a building structure, infrastructure and organizations. You know, sometimes you find infrastructure gets old and there's new development coming in, and you find someone thinking, now we need this door, move from here to another. We need to block this window. We need to open a door here. All those things, information gathering, very important. Then, of course, after gathering information, there's an aspect of incubation. That information now gets into your mind and settles there. So it gets into your mind. So all the information you've gathered, it can only be synchronizing in the mind, but it's in the mind that is just seated there, being synchronized slowly. You're still thinking of what next, how can I use it, how, still thinking of, can I even get more? But it's already there, and that is what we call incubation, where the original information is in the mind, but open to all ideas. All ideas are just coming in, but it's just in the mind. It's still sitting in the mind because you want to synchronize the mind to start looking at now, how well do I now pick up, and where do I pick it up from, and how do I progress? Then you'll find that. Then at some point, the third step in terms of business creativity process is the illumination. Ideas and innovations can come out or can come at any time. Ideas and innovations can come at any time, meaning now this aspect has already been put together and all issues and all ideas have been welcome. So now coming out is like now, they are now not closed anymore. They're now not in a closely knit thing, but now they're coming out. Or now from these ideas we picked, this is the next step to continue progressing with, or this is the next best alternative to use in solving this issue. So then that means that is what would be looked at, or that is what would be picked to continue working with. And then of course, then there's the execution. After now the idea has come out and you think this is the right idea, this is the best idea to work with, then you now execute. By execution, you evaluate and analyze and build on that idea. You now have implemented that idea and you start working on it to fully actualize what you needed to actualize at that point in time. So you'd also like then need to, or we are saying that you would also often choose to prototype and test your idea in order to find out if it meets the user's needs. By this we're just even saying that you can, like pilot test, it's like just doing a research. Sometimes you have this research, or you have something you want to do, or you have done your research and you want to now get to the final stage of sending in your questionnaire. So you can pilot test to see whether it meets or it achieves the threshold of what you want to achieve out of distributing the questionnaire. So if it has a gap, then you work on it before you finally then publish it, or you finally polish it as needed. So we look at the 5 business practices for innovative cultures. 5 business practices for innovative cultures. For any business, like we said, that in terms of wanting to get innovative, or in terms of wanting to be more innovative, it's important that you select promising innovators. It's just like now looking at the change management like strategy. When you want to implement change, what do? You select the promising innovators. So even here, I mean, for change, you select those who want to move with you. So here you are selecting the promising innovators. These are the people you have looked at and you are thinking that the people can be more innovative, they can be more creative, they can benefit from each other in terms of the skill or what it is they have in the mind that they should be working on. And then we are saying that also leaders should train other department managers to understand the stages of the creative process. So you select these innovators, but also enable other employees within the organization or team leaders to understand that these people have now been picked to work on a certain project. So they can continue giving them some support, because again, when you are in an organization and you are now just talking about a certain group of people and not involving other people, even if it is not directly, they might sabotage the process or the project, and then you find you're getting into an issue. So we are saying that it's really good that these people are selected, but of course, other line managers could support them so they get to understand and they get to continue like supporting them in terms of continuing being innovative. Creating buffer zones. We are saying that we are creating a protective zone for creative people or innovators within an organization. It's very important to create that, because another thing, when you also don't create that buffer zone, you find that they're also again being misguided, they're being misled, they're being looked at that as the significant others. They can even face discrimination. So we are saying that we have to eliminate ways that policies or other work pressures get in the way of discouraging the information gathering. Like when we talk about people are innovative in a way that they want even to look at the policies, or they want to look at a discipline process. So by creating a buffer zone, you are allowing them to also like access those policies or the discipline records, which they may not have been able to access if it was just them going to their fellow employees to look for that. So they must have that authority. So as a leader, it's important that you also give them a leeway. You can even give them a letter to show that they are working on this project, so they should be allowed to access certain information so they can make the project then work well. So it also means that it's being sure that the tools and resources are available when creative people go looking around for data or answers to questions. Another way of creating a buffer zone is to ensure that the tools and resources are available. The tools, like we said again, if we're looking for now, like various forms, various information, those things should be available, because if they're not available, again, sometimes they block the mind and they make that attitude. They can even bring about an attitude change in terms of what these employees are supposed to be getting. So then they get bogged down and now fall back in terms of not having that drive to continue with the projects. Giving room to play. Equally important to give room for innovators to play around with their ideas and assignments, whatever they have in their mind. Now, we are saying that sometimes we have deadlines, but when we talk about deadlines, there are times you may have to give room for these guys to play, because you don't want just to make them stick to one aspect. You want them to get to various ideas before they finally get to managing or making a decision with one judgment or with one method. So you give them room to play, give them room to innovate, give them room to ask ideas, give them even enough time. So we are saying that during the incubation stage, activities may look like useless sometimes, because you've just put them there in the mind and they're just not being picked at any one time. But this allows deeper parts of the brain to solve the problem and make new connections. So the ideas at this point in time, like we are saying, don't push them to give you results, because by the time the information is looking like it's at the incubation stage, it is in the mind, it's only just there and can only receive the new ideas. But of course, with no other thing coming to play until when the illumination stage comes about. So the key to letting people have room to play is to refrain from judgment of the activities and methods. Because again, if you don't give someone room to play, some people, you find that leaders sometimes condition employees to work in a certain way, which might not also be a good thing if you want to practice an innovative culture. Give them time, just tell them that this is what we need, this is what we have, and this is what we need to achieve, or this is what we need to achieve, and these are some of the parameters we are going to use. So you leave them to operate on their own until they get back to you. But of course, you might have to tell them that you like it within a certain time, but don't push them so hard to get the result, because then it means you are blocking them from picking all other ideas that would have been coming to support the organization. Resist the temptation for immediate results. Business and other technological processes can be improved only through study and modification. Here again, it's closely related to what we've just done previously. We are saying that don't push for immediate results, because you push for immediate results, when this thought process is still going on, it means you are blocking any other idea that would have come. And because it's a mixture of ideas, a better idea would have come even later when you already are asking for results. So the best thing is resist from that temptation of immediate results. Give them time to get all the facts, to get all the data, to get all the synchronizing, to get all the ideas coming in, out of which now decisions are made that are beneficial. So we are saying that while it is true that deadlines can focus creative teams and encourage timely ultimatum elimination, setting deadlines should not be overused because they often will interfere with the creative process, which is true. Sometimes when somebody is blocking you down, tell you, do this, do this, do this, your mind gets into a blockage. Maybe I give you an example again through my cake business. You find that anytime the person I'm baking the cake for comes in to tell me now, this is how I want it. If they never told me about it earlier, I get into a total mental blockage and I'm like, okay, now I don't even know what to think. Now I even say, now give me even like 2 hours, let me relax first. So resist from temptation of immediate results and just get to giving them time so that the brain can synchronize, taking time up to the time they get to giving you the results. And then drive ideas through implementation. Innovators mainly prefer to work in an isolated area and they avoid people with less creativity. Birds of the same feathers flock together. That's what we are saying. So if you're just going to be the idle mind there, or there's someone just sitting, watching, waiting for other people to be innovative, they might not want to work with you because then through that, it will bog them down. It is just like, now let's make it even more local. You're going to the shamba to dig, and everybody else is digging, but you are the only one seated there, or 3 of you are seated and 2 people are digging. You are causing them to feel like they should also just sit back and watch. So it's not good. So the best would be, the business leader would want to encourage innovation, must also act as a first filter to test the best ideas. As in, the leader now should also be someone who is embracing the driving through the implementation strategy. We say that when we're talking about like change as HR professionals, we are the change agents. So by the time we talk about change, at the time of implementation, we should be the first point or first line managers to embrace that change for other people then to get to embracing it. So it takes courage and persistence and the ability to work the political and social processes involved in getting others to adapt to the innovation. So that means, again, like we said, a lot of communication, a lot of interaction, giving that support, enabling them have that proper environment, not pushing them to giving you results, but there are ways in which you can embrace like innovative ideas, you can reward and then provide the environment plus the support and make things work for you. Okay, so we can look at this and then we take our break. We can look at this and then we take our break. So we have 10 attitudes that kill creative ideas. 10 attitudes that kill creative ideas. Not practical for operating. Now, sometimes somebody is talking about something and imagine even if it were you in a team, then you've been given an assignment or a project to work on. Then you just say, this is not practical for operating. It will not work for us. It has never worked for us. That alone is already killing the creative idea. It makes even whoever had the idea already just kept quiet. And look at times when we have even meetings in the organization. Sometimes we have no agenda. So we just say the agenda is one. Then we say others will be tabled at the meeting. Then when people get to the meeting, you're telling them, okay, so the agenda was ABCD, was only one A. So can people now contribute so that we can make the agenda even? So by the time you're picking now the other agenda, you as the leader must also have some wisdom, because there are times you just say, that's not practical for operating, or that's not practical, that we cannot discuss now. The moment you brush off that without understanding why that was even that agenda was being brought forth, it means you have already disoriented the person, you've distorted their mind, so they cannot even bring out the idea they wanted to bring out. So it's not good to get to even saying that it's not practical. Never assume that it's not practical, because like we said again, creativity comes in different ways. So anything can be practical. So like for us, again, in our meetings, if we have opened for any agenda to come in or to be tabled at that point in time, open up to it. It might be an eye-opener to help you save the organization, as opposed to when you kill it. So you make the employee, you kill even their attitude and kill their drive in terms of wanting to do something. Budget constraints. The times you find organizations are grappling, okay, some may grapple, some may have the money, but they're just thinking, now we can't do that. There's no money for this. We'd rather pay salaries and not get into these creative ideas you're bringing on board, because after all, it is just an idea. It has not even been implemented. When will it ever be implemented? And you're telling them you're not so sure when, maybe 3 months or maybe 6 months time. And they'll be thinking, no, the budget now cannot allow. So once you tell people there's no budget for that, or once you even mention that there's no budget, or we have a budget constraint, when it is related to a creative idea, it can kill the idea, because then someone can even start thinking of, okay, maybe the best thing is now budgets. I might never even have an opportunity to make this idea work for us. So again, the mind's looking for another job if you are the employee. On the other hand, they have killed your creativity. You just start saying that now the best thing I can do is to put my hours, as long as I've clocked the hours, appropriate hours, and go home. Time constraints. When you have allowed creativity to take place in an organization, it's also important that you give employees time. Where there are time constraints, you'll find that then it will never work for you, because at that point in time, if you're telling employees that you have no money, you have no time to give them to help you, yet you as the organization wants these creative ideas, then it means they will never be creative. So anytime you have this creative aspect, or you want to embrace the creative aspect, ensure that there's some time of sorts. Allow some little time. Allow some time even away from work so they can get to working with that. But of course, if there's no time, it means it's going to kill the creative ideas. Then we are also not ready for this approach. Another thing, you find sometimes organizations have strategies coming in place, or we have now gone to do the strategic plan. And then now when we come to implementing it, we start saying, hey, you're not ready now. To start implementing a new performance management program, how? No. We are not ready for that. This is a small organization. Let's just work with management by objectives. We are used to it. So you see, you kill that idea. If we are now going to bring in the balance scorecard, now you are thinking you're not ready for that. So let us just remain here. You are used to the status quo. So even that change in itself, you are just thinking, no, we are not ready. We have not done it before. Fear of the unknown. Sometimes you find that when decisions have to be made, we have personnel, or sometimes there's just that fear of the unknown. And you as a budgeteer might also fear, because you are thinking, what if now you say we are budgeted for this and this project goes on and it flops? Who is to be blamed? Maybe you, the budgeteer. So sometimes you start saying, this one we have never done before. It's just like today you start saying, okay, now you know I work for this company and we want to introduce the CSR aspect. Then quickly you just say you have never done it before. Without understanding, by the time the person or this topic is coming in terms of CSR, at the end result will be the end result will be, when you do the CSR, you're marketing yourself as an organization. So because you already brushed it and said you've never done it before, it kills that idea, and you find that now you are just left with only maybe the status quo. That is now being, again, resisting change. Excuse me. Excuse me, allow me to take some. So you find that talking about this or saying that we have never done it before might not be a good communication to employees or to team members who want to bring in creative ideas. So sometimes you can only postpone it a bit, but when you now start telling them that you've never done it before, you've already blocked them, you've already shown them that you're not even interested, because you don't even embrace anything new. So not a good thing. And then we have We have approached it before. We may have approached this scenario before, or this project before, or this solution before this way. But maybe there's something small that can now be added to that approach to make it better. So just having that attitude or that notion of saying we've approached it before might not be really good. So always allow time for further discussion, further communication, further understanding about what issues would be there to help the organization get creative. Another notion that would kill creative ideas is cost is high. Cost is high, still getting us back to budget constraint. The cost is high. But I mean, if you want to make something, or if you want to make a kill out of a deal, sometimes you have to spend money to get money. So meaning, even if it is competition, you have to spend money to train employees, you have to spend money to get creative ideas, you have to spend money to market. So once you spend money to do these things, money starts flowing in because you have done quality, product is high, the cost was high, yes, but you've done proper marketing. So it means your product, when it is pushed into the market, it is going to sell, or if it is a service, it's going to sell and sell and sell and give you more money, which can now roll back as profits. So sometimes rubbishing a project in terms of cost is high might not be the best because there's something in it for you. Okay, top management will never look or implement it. Another attitude. Sometimes you find it is working out like that. People are even thinking, hey, top management will never look at it or implement it. Imagine if someone told you that you are now new in HR, maybe you are reporting to a group HR, or you are new in HR and there are things you want to implement. There's a process you are thinking, we have a lot of grievances here and we want to develop a grievance handling policy and this is how it's going to look like. And now you want to take it to the board for approval. And your boss is telling you, here, top management don't even look at it. Or maybe your colleague whom you are thinking is the person you are going to ask to support you. Once they tell you that, they already kill the idea and you'll decide the best thing here is to remain with. I will just maintain the forms I was given. I will just maintain everything I was given to work with. I will never improve on anything. So long as I get my money, I go home. So you find that this would work like that. So it's also not a good notion to use in terms of embracing creative ideas. Another attitude is that's beyond our responsibility. Hey, this is very interesting. This beyond our responsibility. You find that sometimes team leaders would be saying, why are you doing work that does not belong to us? Why are you doing work that belongs to agriculture department? Why are you struggling with this work? Yet it is the marketers who are supposed to be doing it. So you are creative and you're in HR and you are being asked, so what is your responsibility in this? This is beyond us. It is not us to do it. I remember at some point when we were doing, when we were really grappling with the sugar industry at Mumias, there was an aspect where we are saying HR, we can help in marketing, we can help in communication. You see, HR is used to communicating policies, communicating codes of conduct and business strategies and all that. So now we are telling them that we can also help them. We are telling agriculture, but we were telling management that now the top management, we are able to help agriculture by communicating to farmers so that the farmers can plant more cane, so that the farmers do not uproot their cane, so that they can continue planting cane so the sugar company can get cane to crush. So someone just told us it is beyond your responsibility. Is that your responsibility in the first place to talk to farmers? We have agriculture people to do that. We have corporate people to do that. I mean, it was an idea that was creative within us as HR, but it was blocked because it is now beyond it's not even our responsibility in the first place. So it is killed and that is it. Maybe we would have done it better because we had people within that HR who are the locals, who may have gone to the farmers and spoken a different language with a different dialect to enable farmers even understand them more, as opposed to maybe the agriculture, or as opposed to maybe the corporate. Corporate communication is more about you have to be very formal and all that. So maybe for HR, because we are the people, we are on the people agenda, we would have gone there with our team members who now speak that dialect and reduced ourselves to that level to now get to talk to the farmers to now gain our gain our appeal to them planting cane. So now if it has been rubbished and we're being told it's beyond you and beyond your responsibility, you sit back and say, okay, but I wish they listened to us. That's what we kept on saying. I wish they listened to us so that we could implement our strategy and then see how well it is working, even if it was just given a month or so. So that again can kill a creative idea. That's what we are saying. It's a too radical change. People sometimes don't like change. People don't like change. It's too fast. It is too quick. It is too what? And do you really want change now? Another thing. So people resist change. And once you resist change, sometimes you find you are struggling. And you saw Robert, is it Robert Einstein who said, is it Robert or someone? Darwin said that the strongest species that survives is that which is most responsive to change. So when we talk about this too radical change, sometimes it does not really make sense. It is good that us as HR professionals, as leaders are able to manage change, are able to adapt to change, are able to embrace some of these ideas, because finally they end up getting back to us to look like there's nothing we did as HR to help drive ideas. Instead, we kept on killing. So is there something we can do differently? Maybe that is something we should be looking at so it can help us move a notch higher as professionals in that field. And in terms of helping embrace ideas that are creative in organizations, because another thing, sometimes you look at yourself as HR and you're like, okay, what can I benefit out of this? In as much as it's not benefiting individually, but what are some of our achievements? We're looking for jobs left, right, center. And someone is asking, what are some of your achievements? Just saying you are the one who implemented or you're the one who initiated a strategy in terms of an innovative or a creative strategy in the organization. And through that, budgets were allocated to this. And this was the outcome out of that. And the company was able to make this kind of money. You know, all organizations are looking at how well can we make money? Who has that thought of now? Who can help employees? Who can push employees to make money? So through you, as an enabler, would have actually supported these employees to help the organization make money. But because you might have been the one not even accepting all these things, instead you are telling them it can never work, it has never worked, we have budget constraints, we have no time for this, it's beyond our responsibility, it becomes a total mess and it kills these creative ideas. And by the way, now this is going to be the new norm where organizations are looking at how well can we continue being working. Even working from home is also just a good idea. It's a creative idea. And there are ways even employees themselves can be put together to help support you in understanding or defining how they can be working from home. Informs them. Involvement is normally very key. And never rubbish anything that comes your way. You can always try to create time to listen to it, because most of the time you find that in as much as employees could be complaining, yes, sometimes they complain, but they have something good they can talk about that would be helpful. Like we said again earlier when you were learning, what is good in this bad thing you're telling me? So I pick that bad thing and use it to make it something good out of it. Okay, so I hope I'm clear up to there. I don't know that this is the last one. Something is negative thought. Let's look at negative thoughts and then we can take a break. We can take a break at 10:30, like Jen said, 10:30. So, negative thoughts that block creativity. Again, this is very closely related to the attitudes that kill creativity. Oh, it's a big problem. The creation to a problem is a great problem. So now some people consider problems as challenges. They tackle with creative decisions. So each and every problem is an opportunity now. Oh, it's a big problem. Look at even these people here. This is like David and Goliath. And they're putting them together and telling them now fight, and hey, David is thinking, hey, this one, no, it can't just work. Negative thought. Not good. You can say it's a big problem, but there's a way you can look for ways to tackle that problem. It's impossible. It has never worked. This kind of attitude is just surrendering before even the problem starts. We are people who are used to doing that, by the way. You surrender before even you pick it up, before you even start. So you don't even know what is in it. So you assume the problem cannot be solved and then you find that it does not even give you a chance to try. Sometimes it's even good to try before you finally give up. So by assuming that a problem cannot be solved, these people give the problem a strength and power which it did not have. Impossible. Just like saying it's impossible to cross this river, it is impossible to jump across here. The approach would make it possible. Sometimes the way we approach things would actually make it possible. Yeah, our approach to issues can make it possible to manage those issues. That's all I'm saying. Lack of confidence. Some people think they are not smart enough to solve a problem. Okay, let me tell you something. There are times you can even during an exam, sometimes you read, you revise and finish and you're like, am I really rich enough? Do I now have all the knowledge enough to help me even tackle the exam? And most of the time you'll find that all students will tell you we are not ready. We are not ready. We have read, but I don't think I'm ready for the exam yet. So it's always just good to have the confidence. I've read, yes, but I think what I have read, I've captured the concepts and the content, so I'm able to just tackle what will come. So it's also just good to say you can manage, or you will manage. You will try and manage, And when you are being asked how was the exam, you say, hey, it was difficult. Hey. Better you say it was manageable. At least you didn't miss out on everything. So lack of confidence is also not a good thing. A good mind with a positive attitude and some good problem-solving skills will go far in solving a problem. So we should not start looking at now that confidence level. Hey, this one. People might even think you're not smart enough. People might think ABCD. No. Sometimes it's good to come up with your idea, talk about it, and see what comes out of it. Let someone just rubbish you, but you will have at least put your point across. Maybe with time, they'll think about it and get back to say, and by the way, you talked about something. Can we now do it now? Or this is the right time for it to be done. I'm not creative. Like we said again, everyone is creative to some extent. It's the degree that matters. Yeah? And like we said again, looking at the young children, they play, they imagine. Look at even sometimes those days when you had those strange radios, small portable radios like for Papa Shrandler, you'd find that kids would want to crash that radio to just pick whoever it is that is talking in that radio. Isn't that a creative mind? Thinking that there must be a human being in this radio, so they want to crash the radio so that they can get someone who is talking in that radio. So the problem with saying that you're not creative is that the creativity has been suppressed by the education. Maybe someone has educated you and told you that you cannot be creative, you can never be more creative than you are. So all you need to do is to let it come back to the surface. Just try and do something. Never say that you're not creative. Try and do something out of what you do. There are times when you even share what you have done, people think, and this one, how did you think about this? And you're like, I don't know, just in the mind. Like we said, creativity is in the mind. So sometimes you don't know, but to do something, you can even write, like this gentleman here has written something here. You are not creative enough. Has written something and has even been creative enough to put it on. Someone might not look at the words there. A creative person will look at the frame and how the frame has been put forward, how the message has been displayed. So then through that, you can make the message even more appealing. Look at the negative, but make it more positive. Another negative thought that would block creativity is, what will others think of me? People really shy off, and naturally people would just shy off and say, now this one, what will others think of me? What will others think? So such things again, fear of the unknown, thoughts of what will others think. Sometimes in the creative mind, you don't have to start looking at what will others think. You're doing it because it is in you, it is your self-drive. Look at the painters who paint their pictures there and just walk on the street to sell them. What are others thinking of them? There's that other person who is thinking of them very positively, and they're thinking, how did this person think of drawing this? How did they even think of the colors? How did they even think of this? Look at all that. So we are saying that it's not good to start thinking negative, because then it can block the thinking process. Then fear Fear of failure is a major obstacle for creative thinking and problem solving. Failure should be expected and accepted. It is true, it is there. Sometimes you either pass or you fail, even in exams. But it is true, we fear failing. No one feels like they should fail. We fear failing, but if you fail, that is not the end of the road. Pick up the broken pieces, start over fresh. That's not the end of the journey. You can make the future better. You can only make the future better. So failures should be expected and should be accepted, and then you pick up that and move on. Another negative thought that blocks creativity is an aspect of someone saying that's childish. That's childish. So you start looking back in your younger years and thinking, when I'm just behaving the way my baby used to behave, look at this gentleman here. He's so annoyed to a point of now he's just even falling down to the ground. This is what we used to do when we were young. You are denied a cup of milk or you are denied a biscuit or a sweet. You fall down to the ground, you are causing a mess all over. Yeah? So what we are saying here is that sometimes it's also not good to look at it as a childish whatever. Look at it, okay, in those days it was like that. Can I now improve it at some point in time? Can I make it even better now that there's an age gap between when I was a child and when I am now? And we are saying that people sometimes laugh at us when we make something funny, but they often laugh when there's lack of imagination. Another thing, look at even what is called who used to do on TV. This gentleman is called Nyambane, and he used to do this ridiculous. Some of it were childish, but some of it were really creative, and you look at it and you're like, yeah, how did they even think about it? How did they even think about this and that? So in as much as someone else will be looking at it as a childish thought, that childish thought can now bring about more creativity into a better thought in terms of your business. So I think we can end there and take our break unless there's a question up to that level, after which we can continue again. Is it okay to take a break? Someone can tell us if it is okay we take our break now, and then we come back at 11. 30 minutes break. Are you there? Anyone please respond? Please respond so I can know that we need to take a break. Hello? Yes, we are here. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you so much. So can we take our break then? Please chat. Can we take our break and come back at 10:30, or is there a question maybe or a concern?
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. As per the program, let's take a 30-minute break so that for those who had not taken a cup of tea, they can do so. Then we convene at exactly 11.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, guys, welcome back. Hello. So I hope we are all back from our small bathroom breaks and a little like freshening up. So let's get to the next session so we can see how much we can cover before we call it a day. So the morning part, we covered creative thinking, the stages and the environment, and how to create an enabling environment in terms of creativity and some of the things that would negate or some of the negative things that would stop or kill creativity. So now let us look at some of the skills that, some of the tools that are used for creative thinking. Those are the things we are going to be looking at. Then once we are done with that, we call it a day. I hope you can all see my screen. Now, getting to understanding some of the tools that we use for creative thinking, we have something called questioning. Questioning as a tool for creative thinking. Now, what happens here is that questioning is one approach that would motivate someone to even talk. Imagine even if you are just in a discussion or in a forum or even in our workshops, up to in our meetings out there, once in a while when we have been at Comfort Hotel, you find that questioning triggers something. It triggers others to start talking. It encourages others to even recall what we already learned earlier. And that's why, again, it's also important that when you get to trainings, you start with the session with everyone else and end with everyone else. So you don't get bypassed by certain aspects, because again, sometimes you ask questions when already that information was shared earlier. So it makes other people start thinking, so what is the issue here? But of course, it is just good to question. That is one way or one tool of creative thinking. Questioning, it helps you to recall, it deepens your learning process. It helps you to comprehend also, communication. Sometimes you also ask yourself who is communicating or who is us or who is communicating. Were you communicating well? Were the people you're communicating to able to understand, able to hear, able to imagine what you are trying to tell them? Excuse me. Sorry, I'm reacting to this sanitizer. So you find that questioning is good because it also helps you get to a lot of imagination, whereby you are now able to problem solve. It also satisfies that curiosity. Anytime someone is questioning, they're really curious. I remember there's a time I had some meeting within myself and a few people, and immediately you are done, someone is curious because what you said poked them. They're thinking, you mean there can be this kind of challenge amongst us? And you're like, okay, yeah. So actually that aspect of curiosity, that poking, just wanting to understand. And it also increases creativity, because by the time you're asking a question during a creative thinking session, you just want to understand something a little more. So by the time you're getting into developing your creativity in terms of managing an aspect, you're managing it in the most creative manner. So use of questions like what, who, when, where, and why, the 5 wives and 1 husband, that's what we call them, is an influential, inspirational, and imaginative checklist to generate. So by the time you're asking what is it we've learned today? Imagine if we were asking ourselves, what is it we learned today? And so who is a creative thinker? So where or how can we develop a creative thinker? Why do we have to think? Such questions are good. And for us, we are even saying that questions would help us to generate a checklist. A checklist like just helping us to gather data. You gather data, you plan your ideas, put them well, and then you can even then get to brainstorming and selecting your facts in an organized manner. That means you can even start developing a relationship within the questions you have asked. this relates to this one relates to that. So you can even group them so they flow in a chronological manner or in a manner that will make them flow easily for anyone to understand. Questioning is also helpful because it helps acquire knowledge. It helps one even to retain some concepts that have been learned in one situation. And of course, when one concept has been learned and applied to another situation, you can always again repeat it or apply it in the next situation, or even improve it in the next situation. And then combined questions developed and ideas worked out to generate a complete solution. Sometimes questions are also combined or developed, or as they are combined, other ideas develop to add to them to make sure that they have now that complete solution. And that this brings us back to those levels, the stages of creativity we're talking about, where we had the incubation, and then we had the, where we had the mix, where we had the understanding, then the mix, then we had the amalgamation, and finally the creation. That aspect now comes in to make us understand this even more. So questioning is really good, because once you have done all those things, you get to now bring into mix, to amalgamate, to create your solution that is coming out of an informed decision. And this informed decision is coming out of all the questionings you have done, right from the mix where you understood whatever it is you are looking at, how you are mixing whatever is there with the new ideas you have, and then how you are amalgamating it up to creating the final result. So we are saying that a person who asks questions is a person who is thinking. If you don't think, by the way, you might not even ask a question. So ideas or information is just flowing, you're not thinking. Maybe your mindset is blocked, or you have decided you just want to be in the meeting, and that is it. Now, we have something called questioning or levels of thinking. Questions in terms of levels of thinking. Now we have here 6 levels of thinking, where we are saying we have the lower levels of thinking and the higher levels of thinking. Now, the lower levels of thinking are these 3, where we are saying we have the knowledge, the interpretation, and the application. Why do we say these are the lower levels of thinking? One, knowledge gathering is actually like getting to understand, having some knowledge of sorts. First, you have to start thinking by having knowledge. You cannot not start asking a question about what you don't know completely. You must be having some little knowledge about something, then you start asking. I hear this is ugali. How is this ugali cooked? This book talks about this. How was it developed? This idea came like this. At least it's something, at least from the known to even more, from known maybe to the unknown, from known to the unknown. That's what we are saying. So there must be that aspect of knowledge. And then how is this knowledge then interpreted? You have the knowledge. Are you able to interpret this knowledge? Are you able to pick ideas from here and say, yeah, this one resonates with this? How do you interpret this knowledge you have picked or this knowledge you have gathered to help you do something or carry out an assignment? Are you able to interpret information? Then after interpreting this information, are you able to apply it? So you can gather knowledge, then you interpret this knowledge. After interpreting this knowledge, you apply, you put it to practice. Yeah, that is another level of thinking. And we are saying that at this level of thinking, it's most of the time used for evaluating and reviewing. You evaluate and review. Maybe even for us today, in as much as we are learning, at some point we'll be asking ourselves, so what did we learn today? Can we interpret it maybe in just a small paragraph? Can you apply it? And what exactly can you apply when you get back to managing your creativity issues or making an enabling environment for creativity, or how to, or some of the, are you able to understand, are you able to apply these processes within yourself? So it's an aspect of evaluating that knowledge, evaluating how you have interpreted, and evaluating how you can apply that knowledge. That's really a group of sorts. For this, the lower ones are the lower levels of thinking. So they only assess your knowledgeability, your interpretation, and your application. Now, the next level of thinking is the higher level of thinking. So you have this information which you have gathered here. Are you able to analyze? So maybe you have data. For us HR practitioners, we have data. We have data for absenteeism. We have data for discipline. We have data for all that. Are we able to analyze this data and understand? So if it is absenteeism, which department is bringing about a lot of absenteeism? So we pick down the department. So in this department, what could be causing that absenteeism again? You see, you are trying to analyze, you're trying to get how many numbers against what? Who are the perennial absentees? So you start looking at that. If it is data to do with the discipline, you also look at. So it is discipline. What are the discipline issues here? So what happens about them? And what is the discipline? What is the key issue in the discipline? Is it just lateness? Is it rudeness? Is it performance? So you start analyzing. So there's an aspect of analyzing. The same knowledge you gathered here, it's supposed to be analyzed. And then you synthesize. Synthesizing is more of using this data to now to problem solve. Now you've discovered that there's an issue here and it is absenteeism or it is discipline. So you use this data to synthesize to kind of problem solve. So if it is absenteeism, what would we do? Maybe we do a questionnaire to understand what is the issue. And that questionnaire will be now asking about certain questions. Maybe it is the team leadership, maybe it is micromanagement, supervision not good, salaries, blah, blah. So then after synthesizing, you find that there's an aspect of creation. You create. Creation is an aspect of now then decision-making. There is now a decision is made at this point. A decision is made at this point, and at this level, we are saying this level is used for making concrete decisions, for decision making. So you find that questioning, an aspect of questioning comes in, but in terms of questions, we have also levels of thinking or levels of thinking in terms of questioning. So there are times you find that depending on what you are working on, you might just be someone who is dealing with the low level questioning or high level questioning, or you might mix this questioning and the other to want to achieve whatever aspect you are working on, or to want to achieve the result, and to want to make an informed decision out of all the concepts. Okay, hope I'm clear there. Now we have something called concepts. Yeah, concepts. Concepts is, let's look at it in terms of developing ideas. What we use to identify and organize our experience. Concept structure, one is a sign or symbol that names a concept. Reference draws examples from the concept, then properties, qualities that examples of a concept share in common. So generalizing, focusing on the common properties shared by, I will not get to read all this for you. Now, what I want us to do is like imagine, now get our pen and paper again, get our pen and paper. Imagine you are the HR manager or you're the recruitment manager in the organization, and you are supposed to take an employee through an onboarding session. Please, everybody get to your pen and paper, use a fresh page. Design or develop an orientation program for just one day for a new employee. For a new employee, let's assume this employee is a front office supervisor, and you are developing an orientation program. We can call it a boarding or an induction program, one day. Are we able to do that? Let's look at the first few. Maybe first 4 activities you'll be involved in. Just do something on paper so we get to understand this. Do something on paper. Do something on paper. I'm also doing mine. Program for one day. Front office supervisor. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Three minutes, we should be done. Don't put so much activity in it. Don't put so much activity. We are doing an orientation program for a front office supervisor, and we are doing just like 4 activities in it, 4 activities in it for day 1. So are we done? Okay, so I'm hoping we have done that. I'm hoping we have done that, yeah? I'm hoping we have done that. Maybe just to explain something, I need some piece of, okay. So are you able to see what I'm holding? Maybe, are you able to see what I'm holding?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So now from the orientation program you have done, and now when we talk about issues to do with concepts, yeah, I want us to understand what to do with concepts. And we said that concepts is just like picking ideas or putting ideas together or mixing one idea with another and making something out of it. So the concepts I have here, I have 3 concepts. I did put the wordings in them, but I want us just to do something, to show you something. So look at, sorry. So look at what I have done. Are you able to see this? Are you able to see?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what we are saying is that for me, there's one concept here that looks like a flow chart. That's what you do. That is what is called, we're calling a concept here. That's a flow chart. Then we have something like an org chart, though it is a straight, flowing down. This is another concept. Then 3, this would be another concept of the induction program, and someone else would be using this kind of thing. And I'm sure even when we have done our program there, everybody has their own format. So those formats are what we would be using, or what we'll be imagining would be the concept. So there are many concepts. So you can derive or develop concept 1 and make other concepts within that and join the dots to finally make the program to be something useful at that point in time to induct this employee. So that is what I wanted us to pick from there. That is another way of another tool of a thinking tool. Is it a thinking tool? A questioning tool, tools for creative thinking. That's another tool for creative thinking. Now we have something called a mind map. Mind map. Mind map can be defined as visual presentation of ways in which concepts can be related to one another. Now look at this picture nicely. What we are seeing here is that there are times when we make notes, even as students, we make notes. And if you want to make notes for a whole, like a whole topic or a whole unit in HR, now we are talking about maybe training programs. So in the middle here, it is training. So now you start putting branches, training programs, training needs analysis, training, you know, all those things related with training, you start putting them, because this ones now help you to start picking something else related to that. So you are saying here, training programs, then you start looking at which ones, on the job, off the job, then you come here, training needs analysis, then you break it down more and more. So there are times even when we are making our notes for students, some of us do such kind of things. So it helps you remember very fast. So, and also it helps you to get to picking your notes carefully, and can help you to start arranging your notes in a manner that will be able to flow even when you are revising. So this is how you develop a mind map. And we are saying that they're useful for note taking, when you are listening, they're useful for presentation skills, they're useful when writing, and even when revising, for you to be able to understand and finally put your ideas on paper if you are reading maybe a textbook. Now you want to get the textbook, or you got to get off the textbook and put your ideas on paper. It's very easy for you to use. Some of us who are used to also answering questions, there are times you know the concepts, you have them, so you're just picking one concept and feeding into it. You pick one topic, you feed into it. You pick another topic, you feed into it. So it becomes very easy for you to revise. And when you have drawn also such a thing, you'll always remember the red branch is this, the blue branch is this, the green branch is ABCD. So you'll always remember, and any one time, even in your notes, even in your book, when you're opening, you'll always even just remember that I know this is how I do it. So I know if I see something with spikes like this or with roads, this is what I'm looking for. So this is what we call a mind map. Yeah. You can use you now use your own imaginative pictures, your own images. You can make it more colorful the way you want. It's just like, again, when we do our presentations for training, sometimes we are given an option of developing the presentations ourselves. We are given an option of making it, tweaking it, you know, sexitizing it, making it really appealing to the eye, and something that anyone can read and resonate with, or even remember from the slides they are seeing. So this is something that is good even for training. Then, of course, we have something called cognitive research trust, or COT, in other words, cognitive research trust. So the aim of cognitive research trust thinking method is to focus attention directly to different aspects of thinking, and to crystallize these aspects into definite concepts and tools that can be used deliberately. And it's designed to encourage students to broaden their thinking. So it has aspects like this. It has something called CAF, consider all facts. So meaning, as a student, you need to write down all the facts that are related to a certain subject or a certain topic. You list down all the factors, then you consider each factor. Like we said, imagine maybe we are writing notes about orientation. Now, what are the factors, key factors? You write them down. Then consider each factor. Now, after writing all the factors down, feed into each factor. What is it you want to say about that factor? What about this? What about the other? What about the other? All the way. And then you start looking at which is the appropriate decision to make in terms of, do you want to feed all these factors into this program once, or do you want to split? Because now the concepts have become many, the factors are many. Do you want to split? If it was an orientation program, can we split it maybe to 4 days instead of 1 day? Because the factors that are there are factors that are many, and maybe all of them are key. So that is how it works. FIP, first important priorities. Here we look at what is important. What are the important things involved in this? Now that is how we look at a situation. If it is the question now, or if it is an aspect, we look at what are the important things involved in this. We want to make a decision in maybe discipline. What are the important things involved in this? Yeah. Okay, maybe it is the records, very important. The evidences, very important. What are the other important things in that? The minutes, very important. The personnel, the reports from these people who have the discipline issues, very important. So what are the important things involved in this kind of cognitive research trust? And then what is the most important one to be considered? Now you're looking at all these factors and you're thinking, hey, all this, okay. So what is the most important one? There must be evidence of source. You cannot be saying now you are disciplining people and you have no evidence, you have no record. So maybe the record or the evidence is most important, it must be considered. And which one should be given priority? Or maybe all of them should be considered, but one should be given priority. So you prioritize as per what now should be done. It's just like, let's assume now we are in a school and we want to do exams and we're thinking we have exams here and we have other things here and other things happening. So what is the important things involved here? Students. Students are very important here. They're involved in the exam. They must do the exam. What is the most important one to be considered in terms of these exams? Depending on the kind of school, if it is HR, maybe it's the executive HR course, as opposed to another course that may be customer care that might not be so relevant to us as HR. Maybe the key HR is the HR executive course. Then which one should be given priority? So we say, okay, the two courses are good, yes, they should be considered. Maybe the one that can be considered least is, you list it, you put it down also. But now you start looking at which one should you give priority first? So you're looking at prioritizing which one you want to consider first. You act as per prioritizing the issues that must be considered or attended to or must be handled. Then there's something called PMI, plus minus interest. Here we are listing down all the plus point. Okay, now here, let's now get a case here just in my mind. I'm thinking, look at now COVID has come, the pandemic is here with us and everybody's struggling. And now we have been told we have to put on masks. We have to put on masks. Not everybody wants this mask, not everybody wants the mask, not everybody wants to sanitize, not everybody wants to social distance. But now we must put on the masks. And then we start saying, hey, these masks are ugly. And then we want N95. Mara, we want the Kitenge one. I don't know, we want that other surgical one, blah, blah, blah. So now we start listing down. Now we are told that, we have been told that we need this mask and we start listing down. What are the plus points about this mask anyway? So we list down the points. And what are the minus points, the negativity? Or like for me, you know, I get affected with my chin. I keep on like scratching my chin, so the negative point, the color not conducive, it gets dirty so fast, blah, blah, all those minus points. Then what are the interesting points that you can tailor make yours that would fit your colors, your interests, your shape, and blah, 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 interest points. And then what's your decision after considering all of the above factors? What is your decision? Now you make a decision here. And after all, I'll still put on a mask because at least I have an option. I can move from the surgical one to making my own Kitenge one and to the shape which I want. So something like that. That is all that is talking about. Okay. Alternatives, possibilities, choices, APC. Here it's more related to decision making, which we all know about. Sometimes you gather all facts and then you look at the alternatives and then you get the best solution. Yeah. Then OPV, other people's views. Will this idea influence others? Sometimes you look at the ideas and like, will it influence? What impact will it have on others? What are the opinions of other people on the matter? Is your idea relevant before the action is taken anyway? Is it relevant? Some ideas are never too relevant. And someone will be thinking, why did you even bring it to the board? Was it so relevant that it had to be? So that one comes in here. AGO aims, goals, and objectives. What's the AGO of a plan? What's the aim, what's the goal, and what's the objective of this plan? We have some thinking or some skills or some tools that are used in terms of developing a plan. So you are like, okay, so this is the plan, yes, but what is the aim of this plan? What is the goal? What is the end result? What do we want to get out of this? You see, so now you say, okay, now we have to start looking at the vision, mission of the organization because we want to do a strategic plan, and are the implementations out of the What are the implementations out of this? And how do I make sure that this is achieved? Aim, goals, and objectives of this strategy are achieved. You want to bring in a new system and you're asking yourself, so how is the implementation going to work out? And how do I make sure that the aim is achieved, the objective is achieved? This is more about the change management again, change strategy. You want to bring a change and you are thinking now, how do you even communicate it? How do you tell the people? How do you implement it? How do you finally achieve the result? That would come here. Then you'll find that we have C and S, consequence and sequel. What are the long-term effects and what are the risks I have to face? To what extent the new plan would bring changes? Long-term effects. Maybe it's a pay cut. No, pay cut here with us. What are the long-term effects? What are the risks I have to face? We might have a job, we might not have a job. What is the extent of the new plan? Learn to live within your means. Ensure that your budgets are also minimal or have they have reduced, something like that. So all these things are things that help us to think differently or to think critically. That's all we are saying. So under this cognitive research trust, these are some of the things that would look like, but it's not that all of them come at the same time. Every aspect would be looked at differently depending on the case or the situation that is at hand. So then we have something called brainstorming. Brainstorming helps you generate creative solutions for a problem. We know all that. We know about brainstorming. We know about the patterns that we use for brainstorming. We know even some of the rules that we use for brainstorming. So we are saying that it helps you bring diverse experience because we are dealing with very many people of diverse cultures and diverse other aspects in terms of the religion, the education, and the ethnic whatever, all that. And then you're saying that out of that, you find that the ideas that are there would be rich, they can be explored, and through that, you can even get the solutions to problems you face are being like managed very easily. So it enhances again team bonding because when people are brainstorming, it's actually a big team and everybody has their own opinion, idea differently and all that, and put together can positively problem solve. And that's a good thing for an organization to have. So we'll find that there are several ways of brainstorming, and we can look at a few. Individual brainstorming, imagine just alone, brainstorming alone, coming up with the ideas on your own, other than in a group. So ideas are generated from your head. You can take even a longer time because, okay, they're from your head. So today you think 5 ideas, then you add on 5, then sometimes you still hold them into your head first, and then you list down the range, and then you know, it takes time, but there's that aspect of brainstorming. You can brainstorm as an individual. And for HR, this one happens to us. There are times even your employer can tell you, okay, so today you must reduce staff and you must reduce all this number of staff, and you're thinking, where do I start from? And then because it's a very sensitive issue, you cannot start sharing with the people. So you brainstorm within your head, you read, you try to Google, you know, you are thinking now what? You don't want to ask any other person because you don't want their decisions to interfere or to manipulate what your thought process is all about. So finally, you are not fully developed, yes, because you lack a wider knowledge, but of course it is one aspect of using it as a tool for critical thinking. You must think. Sometimes you cannot just make a decision once. If you are told now it is ABC, you cannot just come here and say, okay, now I'm reducing all the non-essential stuff. How do you even pick the non-essential stuff? It needs time. You need to think, how do I even communicate to them for them to now understand that, hey, things are bad, we cannot no longer continue dealing with them. So there's that aspect of individual brainstorming. So you just die with it because what they want to make decisions, you have to carry the cross from a HR point of view. Group brainstorming, this is very normal, this is very usual, some of what we normally have or some of the things we normally do. So group brainstorming by the participants of a group, and sometimes groups can be stuck with an idea, but you find that through brainstorming, all ideas come in and the best idea would then, or they put together, amalgamated, and then bring out a very concrete solution. And we are saying that group creativity has also lots of advantages. Group creativity has a lot of advantages. One, There's efficiency in solving complex problems, as opposed to when you would have been alone. Communication flow is even high. Risks are tolerated because there's a chance to find a bigger solution, and then easily stimulates individual potential. So communication also becomes very vibrant because everyone would be contributing up to a certain level. Then now these issues can be put together to make an informed decision. So there's something else again called reverse brainstorming. Reverse, you brainstorm in a reverse manner. You're combining your issues, your challenges, but again, you are doing them using a reverse technique. So what we are saying here is that you can actually use a reverse question or a reverse way of managing a question. So instead of asking a question like, or asking, how can I solve this problem? Instead of asking, how can I solve this problem? You would be asking, how could I possibly create a problem? You do the reverse, you do it in reverse. How could I possibly create a problem? Something like that. Instead of saying, how can I solve this? So now you're looking for the problem instead. So you think the other way. You think the other way. And we are saying that this is how it works. You identify the problem and note it down. First, you have write down the problem, whatever it is. Then brainstorm the reverse problem and gather reverse solutions. Brainstorm the problem, listing down all the issues that govern that problem or all the issues related to that. You may look at them from a positive point, but now negate them, make them look like the negativity. So you use that to poke your brain to think further and think better. And of course, ideas will flow to make you have an informed decision where you find that there's potential for, again, critical thinking. So that is one way of doing reverse brainstorming as a tool for critical thinking. Okay. So we can look at a general plan for brainstorming. A general plan for brainstorming. When you want to brainstorm, obviously you have to set clear goals. You write down the goal on a board or a visible for each participant. You can set members of each team at a leader. You know, just the way we normally do it, even when we are having our own sessions at the Comfort Hotel. Then you give people something to brainstorm on. So they will do all that and then prepare a place where the session will take place. Then they select time for the session and all that. I don't think this is really something to follow to the latter, because people might have their own ways of developing their brainstorm session relating from one level to another. But this aspect would come in to look like it is a concept. That it is a concept that has all these points that would be considered. So for each point, there's some consideration, and then you'll find that brainstorming also has as a planned time, because you don't just brainstorm from the blues. A topic must be given, and then a group must be defined or developed, and then they must prepare the brainstorm. After that, results must be seen, and then there's some facilitation in terms of how are the results being relayed, or how is action being taken on whatever ideas have been brainstormed. So brainstorming is also very, very good in terms of critical thinking. And I'm sure most people would love this, because at the end of it, if the decision was not well thought, it's not a one-man decision, it's for everyone else. And if it is hitting you negatively, it is going to hit all of you. As opposed to when HR has been tasked with, now you must do this, and it is all a HR docket. So HR, please, you run the project, or finance, please, you run this project. So at least through general brainstorming, it comes out so clear, and it has no biasness of sorts, because it is a team decision, which is also good. Again, like when you're talking about policies, when you're talking about decision making in terms of discipline, sometimes you cannot want to discipline a team alone. You'll even be asked when you get to when it gets litigious, how are decisions reached? Was this employee given even a chance for audience? Who is this audience? It cannot be a one-person audience. So we are saying that brainstorming is a good thing to have or to use. Another tool would be the 6 thinking hats. The 6 thinking hats, where we are saying that we have these 6 hats, and each hat represents a color and a functionality. So you find that the blue hat is kind of represents a process, the green hat represents a creativity, the white heart represents facts, the red heart feelings, the black heart cautions, and the yellow heart benefits. That's the representation of these hearts. So in terms of what they do under the blue heart, it's all about thinking and looking at the processes that are there in an organization and looking at how this process would be or how actions would be taken, but with that kind of process like followed. What we are saying here is basically, it's almost like a game. You can use it as a game where everybody would be given a heart within a group setup. You'll find that maybe 6 people each have been given a heart to represent what they would be doing. So in terms of the green heart, you'll find that this green heart represents creativity, and if it is a topic that has been given, because in this game it could be maybe even a project that has been given. So the project has been given, and you have been told, even given timelines to use this project. So you are being told that, do blah 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 within this time frame, and you get results for this and that. So you'll find that these hearts help you to think and make decisions. So the green heart is creativity, trying to look for ideas, solutions, and blah, blah. Yet the black heart is also looking at the cautions, the difficulties, the dangers, the challenges that would come with managing this idea here. The yellow heart will give you hope because it talks about the positive points that are there in terms of handling that assignment and the logical reason that is given. It gives you like brilliant things. It's actually yellow because it's like it's supposed to demonstrate some light of sorts. And then the red heart is for danger. Yeah, looking at it actually picks the aspect of feeling, the emotional feeling of that. No reasons are even being given about that. And then the white heart also talks about, it's more neutral, gives you more of the neutral ideas about maybe that activity that is there. So we are saying that each heart represents a different perspective and thinking angle. And it is used during meetings or brainstorming sessions to allow team members to look at possible solutions from different perspectives or thinking directions. So if you're thinking process, you look at different perspectives and whatever. So the heart that is thinking this looks at that way. So this is also one way of, or one tool that can be used in terms of it as a tool for creative thinking. So now we look at tools for creating new ideas. What we have looked at before was, what we looked at earlier were tools for critical thinking. Now we are looking at tools for creating new ideas. Now you'll find that, okay, there's creative thinking, yes, and sometimes we also have tools that help to create new ideas. So how can you, or which are the tools that will be used for creating new ideas? There's something called attribute listing. Attribute listing. Attribute listing is a creative technique which involves breaking the problem into smaller and smaller parts and looking at alternative solutions to these parts. So what we are saying is that today we are writing notes, isn't it? Okay, guys, you're writing. Look at the pen you have. Just lift up the pen you have and look at it. What are you seeing? It might not be the same as another. Maybe the top is different. Maybe the tip here, the whatever. Maybe this is called what, the nib is different. The cap is different. The refill is also different for each one of us. So when you look at this pen, I'm sure there's something you like about your pen and there's something you don't like. Like for me, I don't like this color. It doesn't appeal to me. But I like the nib. It writes, it writes so well. Is that the tip? It writes so well. So sometimes I say I will change it. I'd rather get it, put it in a big whatever so I can use the big, or when I get the big refill, I put. So you find that in attribute listing, we are looking at innovations, minor innovations which yield massive competitive advantage. So we are imagining these are pens. These things here are pens. These are actually pens. They are not tins, but they could be bottles, maybe bottles, fitting bottles. So we are imagining designing a pen or a bottle, and we are imagining how the cover will be. Are you seeing all these bottles? Each one has its own design cover and all that. Each one has its own like color. and the print, okay, the print is the same, but the colors are different, the top is different, something like that. So we are saying, imagine designing a pen, maybe on the bottle, and look at the attributes. So some of the parts of this pen, like we already talked about the parts of the pen, the top, the nib, the cap, the refill. What are the other attributes? Now the shape. Maybe I don't like the shape of this cap. Maybe I like the shape of a different cap, something like that. So the length of the pen maybe is not appealing to me. Maybe the color is not appealing to me. So now you look at what is already existing, like we said again, focus on one of the attributes and look for other alternatives. Can we change this to another different? Can we change it into a circular kind of pen? Can we change it into a small fat thing of all those things? And that is why I think people are coming up with very creative ideas in terms of even pens and pencils, like we see out there nowadays. If you go to House of Leather, you'll find very interesting pen. The top, the cap is very different. It has maybe a rabbit on it. The nibbles, the bottom here has also something very different. Then you find that even the shape is not the shape of a pen anymore. There's even a shape of a pizza, but it's a pen. So all these things are things that could help us in terms of creating new ideas. Subdividing the challenge. So let's assume this now the challenge, this is the problem. You subdivide it, separate these many parts, and start looking at the concept in terms of how well can we make it work for us? What would be good for us? And then of course we are doing this and considering sometimes even some of the market we have out there, because all these creative ideas are supposed to be used in the organization for our lesson today, yes, but of course, how does it help us then? Is there value in it? So you say that in as much as you have this pen, yes, if you develop it like this to appeal to a certain family or to a certain target market, then we are going to make a kill out of it. So something like that. So that's another tool that's a tool for creating new ideas. I hope we are good up to there. Now let's look at another tool again. Another tool for creating new ideas is brainstorming, which we've already talked about. And in this case, we are saying that this brainstorming is really popular, and sometimes we find that it is really good for groups that want to follow like rules, and it can really help in then bringing out an aspect of a solution that is a group solution. And then of course it also has it could have some timeline. So something that would have taken maybe 3 hours would take like maybe 20 minutes or 1 hour, and then you get a solution. And of course we are saying that when brainstorming is going on, normally we have triggers by other people's ideas. So someone else's ideas will trigger you to think differently. So you bring in another newer concept. Then you bring in this new concept, someone else wants to improve on the concept you have brought. Then you bring this concept, someone else gets again something different to improve on that. Then you find things are just working well. And of course, brainstorming has its own rules. Brainstorming has its own rules, where we are saying that normally most of the time you find that it welcomes a lot of criticism. I mean, a bit of criticism, but sorry, you don't criticize and you don't debate, because it's supposed to be a free for all. Bring your opinions, let's look at them, let's analyze them, let's get the best opinion out of that, or let us improve from what someone else has said. Then you find that the best decision is coming up. So it has aspect of welcoming unusual ideas most of the time. New ideas are really welcome. Any idea is being picked and being considered, only that at some point they'll be sieved through to get the best alternative. And then there's an aspect of combination of efforts, combination of ideas and improving on them. This now takes us back again to the 4 stages of creative thinking. The idea generation, then you mix, the copy, then you mix, then you amalgamate and create. Still comes in here to help us here. So at the end of brainstorming sessions, you find that ideas should be evaluated and solutions should be explored further for conventional approaches. So ideas are evaluated and solutions are explored. which is also a good thing, because sometimes you find that these solutions come in, yes, next time you might have another issue that the solution might differ a bit, or might be just a bit different, or maybe similar but with a different approach. So brainstorming is also a good tool for creating new ideas. Okay. So then we get to visioning. So what is visioning? People like to focus on an end result. It's just like having a vision of an organization. Vision. What is a vision? The dream, the bigger picture. It's important that when organizations or when employers are talking to the employees, they take into consideration the aspect of communicating the vision and mission of the organization. So employees get to understand where they, I'm looking for my program. The employees get to understand where they, why they even come to work, or why they exist, what is the need for them in this organization. So in terms of visioning, there's an aspect of imagining, of being excellent in terms of imagination, being creative, being innovative, and more so for the future, because you want to help this organization to achieve something at the end of it. You're looking out to the future, and you're looking out to even doing the right thing. So we are looking at understanding or taking up an organization from one level to another so it can meet its long-term goals. So then it has those ideas that come in because employees are supposed to be part of this vision, or part of the people driving this vision to attain the end result. So what would be the end results? So how can these employees get to understanding their role in playing or in managing some of the strategies that would help this organization get the end result of what it wants? Excuse me. So that is what we talk about when we are approaching or using tools for creating new ideas. Visioning is important. Excuse me. Now, we are saying that visioning exercises have become more popular in many fields as they are a way of defining and achieving a desired or a desirable future. You'll find that in good organizations that practice or that embrace best practice, employees are put on task to run with the vision, to look for strategies that would make them achieve what they have to achieve at the end of maybe a strategic plan. So they help support this vision by bringing in their own creativity in terms of implementing or managing issues that would make them, or that would make an organization achieve its end result or its dream. Okay, so we are saying that vision without action is a daydream, and action without vision is a nightmare. So vision must be there, and action must be taken to make sure that the vision is being achieved. And also, in as much as we have this action, activities cannot just go on without a vision. As in, you can't get lost if you don't know where you are going. So by having a mission, you know where you are going. So you have to walk that journey. You know where you are stepping all the way up to where you are going to or your end point in terms of the journey. I hope you're okay there. Another tool for creating new ideas is this discontinuity principle. There's something called discontinuity principle. So this discontinuity principle talks about some sort of discontinuity in terms of the patterns that would be there in terms of managing or creating the ideas. So we are saying, that sometimes it's just important that you operate in a way that you are disrupting the usual, like the usual formula, the usual trend in terms of operating. So you can change your patterns of work. You can bring in some flexible work hours, or maybe you work late, or maybe you work on odd days, or listen to different programs on TV as opposed to what you have been doing. Maybe if you have someone has been cooking every day, so don't cook every day. One time, don't cook and listen to TV or radio programs. Another time, plant flowers along the whatever there. Another time, just sit back on your couch and relax. You know, that's another tool of getting new ideas. Discontinuity principle. You're not just following the norm. You're not just stuck on a certain structure of doing things. So you find that provocative thinkings are often stepping stones that get us thinking about other new ideas. So discontinuity, you're breaking off the norm, you're breaking off the usual program or the usual structure you're used to. So after breaking that, you find that even your thought process starts changing, start looking at things differently, and that would help you now then create even new ideas, because you don't want just to continue doing the same thing, even if it is going to give you the same result. Do it at least differently. So it breaks that monotony again for you not to also get bored. It pokes your mind, so you're thinking again further and differently. Another tool is thinking outside the box. This is very, very commonly used. We know we use it a lot. Every time you are telling someone, you can even give someone a statement and they ask you, what do you mean? Then you tell them, think outside the box or read between the lines. There are statements we make and we don't want to be very caught up with an argument or caught up in being quoted. So sometimes we release statements and someone is asking you, so what did you say? What did you mean? I mean, can this happen? Then you tell them, think outside the box or read between the lines. What does that mean? So we are saying that thinking outside the box is one of the another creative, a tool for creating new ideas. You can think outside the box by being curious. And like we say again, curious. How can you be curious? Asking lots of questions, suspending judgment, playing. Sometimes you play a lot, you know, take yourself off the normal activity in terms of maybe even work. Feel some Sudoku thing here. Try to get your mind to even filing. Try to get something different to do for a certain point, or even get into a meeting. So being curious, asking lots of questions is also one way of thinking outside the box, because the more you ask questions, the more you gather information, and once you gather information, you can make informed decisions. Make connections, talk to people in different fields. Sometimes it's also not just good to think outside the box and talk to the same people. Get new ideas from people outside or in different fields. Today we're talking about HR, yes, but we know we can benefit from lawyers, we can benefit from insurance, marketers, and all that. So also talk to other people, make connections by talking to other people. Let's join even some of their forums, because we can benefit out of that. When we have an annual conference, do we get there because we meet people of different cadre, different levels, different personalities, all those things, and different thought processes, like we said, so many diverse people. And some of these online things, by the way, or online trainings, we find that we have also people of very diverse culture. So it's also good because it makes you even try out something new. You are stepping aside to also look at things differently. It helps you think differently or look at things differently, because also getting used to the same people. Sometimes you can even predict what they are going to tell you. When you ask me, oh, so let me ask XYZ about this, and your friend will tell you, XYZ, you know, our answer is always no. So you'll not get it. It happens. So make connections with people of different forums, different personalities, different diverse thought process, and different whatever professional kind of setup. Challenge yourself. A person never made a mistake, never tried anything new. That's Albert Einstein who said that. A person never made a mistake, never tried anything new. So how can you then start saying now you have made a mistake when you have not even tried anything? It's good to try. Take risks, accept failures, question assumptions. So it can help you then change yourself. Because another thing, again, when you don't take a risk, It's like you're so scared. And I tell ourselves sometimes that we have our other brothers and sisters who are so keen in terms of taking risks. But some of us, from where I come from, you'll find that nobody wants to take a risk because we are scared. Hey, what if I lose my money? Hey, you want me to put my money in this, but what if I lose? Our other brothers and sisters will put money there. They'll be the first beneficiaries. By the time now you're putting yours because you are so scared to start, you start failing. Sometimes it's just good to take it heads on and then try it when it's still like fresh in the mind. Then you find that you are picking up from there and learning and growing and getting even better in a great manner, other than getting scared. Because you get scared, then the issue or whatever it is we're tackling gets so flooded with so many other things, and it distorts or disorients your thought process. So accept failures, like we said again earlier, and again, question some of the assumptions. It's good question. You learn by questioning. Then cultivate your ideas. Daydream. It's very important that you daydream, have time to rest, take a holiday, relax, give ideas time to grow. You don't have to just get an idea and some of us, let me tell you, I have a friend. I was just talking to them the other day, and then he's telling me, I want to buy a car. And I said, oh, good for you. That's nice. At least you changed jobs, so at least you have to buy a car. And then in a capsule, I just said, money is talking. So he looked at me and laughed, and I said, yeah, money is talking. To me, you're communicating that you have now at least getting good money. You can buy a car, because he was only about 3 months to the job. So I want to buy a car. That's actually daydreaming. He's got this job. He now wants to buy a car. And he's even now, by the time he even wants to buy a car, he's even bringing already Googling and getting people and asking me, do you have a contact? I want to check on this car. And then he comes to ask me, so is this car good? So I'm like, okay. So what you're saying, give ideas time to grow, because you might find that you are taking too much or you are getting too fast into something, then it collapses. So I didn't finish my story. What I was going to say is that he was too fast at all these things. And by the time he was actually just ordering his car, he lost his job. About 6 months down the line, he lost his job. Whatever it was a small project. It was not a project per se, but I think something happened to the organization, and there was like a closure of sorts, abrupt closure for some time. So that means, so imagine if he were not going to cultivate his ideas, it would have bought the car, would have gotten into even more problems than that. So thank God the car was just not yet like acquired. So again, as you cultivate your ideas, consider all possibilities. If this does not work, do we ever operate in terms of even having a plan B? We think outside the box, but we have a plan B, or we just say, no, it can never be any other answer. It just must be this. I also have a colleague who says that it can't be, it just must be this. And I remember when I was going to school, we were doing something called Maths 100. And this Maths 100 was a bit too difficult for me. So I kept on having like groups and what to learn with. And there was one very bright girl. She kept on telling us, Jocelyn, you can't fail here. This one, just do this, you get this. Y is equals to A plus you get this. Then finally, A is equals to this and this equals to this. Full stop. That's the answer. And I would ask myself, that is the answer. But now this other question here, where is this coming from and how are this one coming? I want to understand that aspect. And she would tell me, don't bother me, I've told you the answer is this. You just take it as is. So I'd get so confused. So what we are saying is consider all possibilities, get to understand, be curious. Back here, be curious, ask questions. So now my asking questions made me now lose touch with her at some point, but it helped me because I went back now to some school to talk to a mwalimu there who took me through this Maths 100, and I found it very easy because he told me this is all you need to do. Bring your textbook, your Form 4, and bring your questions from college. So we'll go through that and course outline and take you through all this. And I found it very easy. In fact, it was just amazing. I didn't know it can be that easy. So I passed my master very highly. And so considering all possibilities, we are saying that you must also look at what are the other options. So you're not looking at just this as the answer. That's why I was telling you this. This cannot be the only answer. Could there be maybe another way to look at it and still get something? If we don't get this as the answer, you mean we can't go on? Okay, so when we are working, we need to have like option. Option A would be this, option B would be, just like I've told you, if you are HR manager and you are being told that you have to retrench people, what are the options that are there? So cultivate your ideas, all possibilities, put them down. Then look at now possibility A against B against C and look for the best. So if this one does not work, you have this. If this one does not work, you have a fallback plan. All we are talking about is having a fallback plan. Now we have something called tools for creating new ideas in terms of intrinsic motivation and creativity. Intrinsic motivation. We talked about this in our first slides when we were talking about the motivation factor, and we said it's better having the intrinsic motivation as opposed to the extrinsic one, which we were saying that the intrinsic motivation is actually the passion that makes you that motivates you to want to achieve something, that motivates you to want to create an idea, that motivates you to want to bring out a certain aspect. So you can enhance the productivity of your creative workers and the quality of their output by motivating them intrinsically. Support them. That passion which they have, embrace it, help them to run with that passion so they can get somewhere. It is never just money all the time. It is never always an outside motivator all the time. Sometimes it's just helping them to have this intrinsic kind of motivation, help them run with their passion, provide some of the facilities we talked about so they can put their idea into practice or into paper, then it can then accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. So we are saying that when employees also have intrinsic motivation, they become more productive, which is a fact, yes, because it is like a hobby, it is just inwardly coming. But when they have been coerced to work, like we look at story X and Y, where we say that X, an employee will never work until they are coerced to work. That is now where we are in terms of extrinsic. Coerced to work. Meaning you have to give them, you have to tip them, you have to bribe them, you have to convince them that will give them something in return, not good for creating new ideas. So for that, for creating new ideas, it's just important that we have the intrinsic motivation and creativity. And that is also used in, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to assess the intrinsic motivation in an organization. It makes more sense because it's that inner thing. You might not even see it, but when you support with what these employees are looking at or what they are seeing or what they want to do, it can help them unleash their potential. And once they unleash that potential, it helps you even more as an employer to then achieve some of your goals, which you might not have been able to achieve, maybe even in a timely manner. So I hope we are good there. Then of course, we have something called creativity facts and myths. Creativity facts and myths. So we'll look at some of the facts. This one we'll just read through. Facts about creativity. Now one, the smarter you are, the more creative you are. That is a fact. The smarter you are, the more creative you are. Smarter in the mind, not just smart in terms of you and outlook. Smarter in the mind, the more creative you are. It's a fact. The young are more creative than the old. Those are facts that have been developed by researchers. The young are more creative than the old. Why? They normally say the old mind sometimes gets into a mental block down, or sometimes it starts deteriorating when it gets to a certain age. So the young are more creative than the old. We even see it now in this digital era. The young are doing so many strange things. Look at even what JKUAT guys are doing. JKUAT, Kenyatta University, the ventilator aspect. It is a creative mind and a bit of an intellectual thing. So it could be true, yes, because some of us were even just thinking, okay, this is now Chinese must bring us donation, Chinese must bring the kids, Chinese must bring ABCD. But I'm wondering, why could they not be able to like do the kits, because the kits are the problem, the bigger problem we have for testing. And me, I'm thinking kits are not very complicated. Okay, that's my thinking. That is it. Creativity is reserved for the few who are bold and brilliant. Like we said, if you shy off and start looking at the negativities, you might never get far. So all the time, be part of it. Just ask questions. Look stupid, because it is out of that stupidity that you can get better. Look stupid, just ask that stupid question, because at least if someone is fair enough, they will give you an answer. They will give you an answer, and out of that answer, your curiosity will have been taken care of. So creativity is reserved for few, those who are bold and those who are stupid. Boldness is a good, it's a good thing to have. It's a good characteristics to have. So it's never just good to shy away from things all the time. You'd rather ask and get feedback other than keeping quiet and assuming. Creativity is a lonely act. True. Me, I'm thinking creativity is a lonely act, because you can never tell someone what you think or how something else looks good. And just like you can tell someone, oh, so and so is very smart. They might not see the smartness in that. Oh, this car looks nice. And someone will be thinking, okay, it looks nice, yes. I only like the lights of that car. I only like the bumper. I only like the top, the roof rail, you know, all those things. And you're asking yourself, okay, yeah, I thought it's the size of the car that was appealing. So creativity is lonely, as in you just walk the journey alone. You can never say, now let us go to class, let us learn creativity. Now let us start here. Have you now through with this? Now let us go to here. It's because it's the mind process. The mind thinks differently. The mind synchronizes differently. The mind asks questions differently. The mind probes differently. So you find that it's a loner act. It is just in you. It's just in you. We're supposed to perform that. But of course, again, we said you have to start from somewhere. You copy what someone else has done. Because even then, they might have copied from elsewhere. So you continue improving on it, continue improving in it all the way. And someone else will still come and say, hey, I never thought, you mean this chair can also be done like, you mean this chair can also have a backrest? And you start wondering, someone can even think, hey, but it's too obvious, a chair must have a backrest. But it's all in the creativity, because someone else would think a chair should not even have a backrest. So that's another factor about creativity. And then creativity cannot be managed. As in, how can you manage it? How can you manage someone's mind? Telling me, don't think this way, just think this other way. My mind is thinking, I can bake this cake and make it look like this. And people are telling me, don't think like that, just think that a cake must be round. So I'm asking myself, hey, a cake must be round. To me, I want to make a cake that looks like a square. The other day, I saw a cake that looks like a car, very nice Mercedes, and I asked myself, you mean somebody can be this creative to make a cake that is a shape of a Mercedes Benz? So creativity cannot be managed. You cannot manage it. It is not something you can be looking at and saying, now you're at this level, now you're at this level. You can't. Creativity is just inborn. It's a passion, and it just comes out. Because like we said again, you cannot tell it, now I'm giving you 2 times to create this. The mind sometimes can get into a blockage. So you need to give it time, like we said, give it time to rest, give it time to play, give it time to, to incubate, so that finally it is giving you the result you want. Okay. So then look at some myths. About creative thinking. Some myths about creative thinking. Now, the myths about creative thinking are 1, problems and solutions, where we are saying the goal of problem solving is to solve the problem. That's a myth. The goal of problem solving is to solve the problem. So is it a fact or a myth? The goal of problem solving is to solve a problem. Then again, there are a number of ways to solve a problem. It's a myth, because, okay, the goal of problem might not be to solve a problem, but maybe could even be to get a newer approach to solving the problem, not just to solve that problem, but to getting a newer approach, but maybe to even getting other possible alternatives to solve the problem, getting other options, getting newer ideas into managing that problem. There are a number of ways to solve a problem. That's again some myths about creative thinking. Number of myths, there are number of ways to solve a problem. Okay, you can look at it that way. And then whatever solution we discover to solve the problem that is considered as a good solution might not be true, because another thing, I'm thinking again, that whatever solution we discover to solve a problem, we cannot always say that's the best solution. It could be just one of the best, the possible options that are there, or one of the best, or one of the options that could possibly be among the best options. And like we said again, sometimes we do, we problem solve because we want to get the best, we want to like pick amongst the alternatives that are good. So it might not be the best per se, but it is the alternative that is better than the other, though there may be many alternatives that get to that. Now, the best solution, this is another myth, the best solution. Look at the solutions which was taken previously, and it can teach you the improvements which can be made from that. New solutions, new answers. That's another myth, that new solutions can give you new answers. Not all the time. A new solution could give you the same answer, only that now the approach is different. That is why the solution looks like, the solution looks like, the approach could be new, but it might still give you a same or a different answer. Thinking. Solutions keep on changing by the passage of time and with the inventions of new technologies. Solutions could be the same, but maybe the strategy of achieving those solutions can change because of that technology and because of maybe the newer ideas. But we cannot say that solutions keep changing. They might change, yes, they might not change. The only thing that would change is the invention of new technology, the efficiency of what you want to finally achieve, the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the reduction of some aspects in terms of what you need to, or some of the concepts you need to put together. In today's world, nothing can be described as the best solution for a problem. Nothing can be described as the best solution for a problem. That's a myth again. Creative answers are complex technology. That's the third myth. Creative answers are complex technology, where it is being described that only few problems require complex technology solutions. But are all creative answers complex technologically? No. Not all creative answers are complex technology. Like we said again, your IQ can be low, but your creativity aspect is quite high. So you find that it still works out that your creative answer might not be very complex when it comes to the technological aspect. So, like we say again, that is a myth. Even many problems that seem to require technical solution can be addressed in other ways. Very well. Okay, so anyway, those are some of the myths that are there. Unless someone wants to argue them out, but I don't think it makes even sense to argue them out. These are just myths, what people think, what people have come up with. But already we also have the facts which we have discussed, which could be more meaningful for us in terms of our learning. Now let us look at the tips for creating, tips for creative thinking. Tips. How do we then do creative thinking? These are now the tips for creative thinking. Tips for creative thinking. One, challenge current approaches to your work. Now how can you how do you start now working out in terms of creative thinking? Many of us have admired that and they're thinking, hey, I need to be an expert here, I need to do this to get to being a creative thinker. But these are some of the tips that can help you to be a creative thinker, challenge current approaches to your work, think new and unimaginable possibilities. Think new, think different. The other day, by the way, I was thinking about some solution in terms of managing our system, our HR system, and I kept on asking questions. And the ICT person looked at me and they were like, hey, the question you are asking is so technical, but very good. In fact, it helped us because at some point we had to be asked to attend some management training at some level, and I was like, oh, good. So these questions have triggered a training. So good. So current the challenge approaches to your work, maybe by even doing that, because there's something I needed to put on cloud or somewhere, and I'm asking this, I'm asking that, I'm saying I don't want to be the one having this document alone. I want it maybe with other people shared. So we are saying that the current approaches to your work can also change, and you cannot be you can be the only one triggering that, because how do you trigger that? There are things you can look at and you're thinking, yeah, this one can work, yes, this one cannot work. Just like I mentioned some time back when I was working as a PA to some manager, and I kept on saying, people keep on coming to this office in terms of they want to access their leave days, they want to access their sick leave and all that. Why would they be doing all this time? All this coming to HR for that communication? Can't we do a training for them and manage that? And the boss asked me, are you able to do that? I said, yes, with the help of ICT, because we have laptops, desktops, 70 of them lying there with nobody using them. So they're only being used once in a while. So my boss told me, yeah, that's a fantastic idea. Okay, then program for the training. So a program for the training that took 3 months, though it was like 2 days, 2 hours for every group of employees. And at some point they were able to do their own self-management. They can get into the system, they can read the intranet, they can read the notices that are on the intranet. So they don't ask questions. So we reduced aspect of having notice boards everywhere for reading, because they were able to get onto the system and just read the news that is there, read the obituary, read the latest developments, and then get to also sending themselves for sick leave, and also looking at their annual leave days and balances. So we are saying challenge your current approaches to work. So now that's another approach to work, and I had to now look for another way of doing it, and it's worked so well. Challenge existing beliefs and assumptions. Ask yourself and your friends and your direct reports whether your current views about how things are done in your company are correct. Yeah. Sometimes you're asking, is this a correct way of doing this? The other day we are saying, oh, we need to issue certificates to employees, and the certificates were issued, but at some point there are those who lost their certificates. Even for a certificate that is within the organization, is it just good to issue it out like that, and now you're just reissuing? Aren't you going to encourage everybody to lose their certificates and then they're reissued? So we said, no, let us develop a small policy. If you lose a certificate and you want another certificate, then you have to pay for it. So that's a strategy. We are challenging something that then comes to, that was assumed that you can just lose a certificate and get another certificate for free because it is internal. Now, be educated. Be educated. It's very important to be educated. One way of being educated is going back to school, taking a course of a subject like creative thinking, creative writing, creative presentation skills, update your current skills. Sometimes you find that we get to sit down and saying, I think I'm tired, I can't go to school anymore. It's not a good thought. You don't have to go to school anymore, but you can improve or be educated differently. Watch TV channels, use your phone to Google and get information about certain things. What is trending even now, it's really important that we get to understand what is trending now. For HR, there's this new norm of working from home. How are we going to manage employees if they're working from home? How are we going to manage their performance management? How are we going to look at understanding whether they're putting in the hours they were supposed to have been putting in when they're at home versus when they're at work? How are we going to make sure we are assessing some of the time or some of the things they are doing in terms of the input at the end of the day? So these are things that can help us to be educated, learn, read books or journals. For me, I don't try to read books so much, but you see, you can read small journals, you can read small updates, you can even put on your phone updates about something. So you become knowledgeable all the time. You're not asking questions that, hey, have you heard? Someone is asking you, have you heard what? When you kusoma, it was on the other, whatever, the world the other day. What you mean you didn't hear this, it was ABCD. Don't be the person being given information through and through. Also be a person who can disseminate information, who can share information, share what you know to others. So they'll be thinking, hey, you are ahead. The way you communicate, some of the things you pick from and share with us, you're really going ahead. So be educated. And then, of course, use mind maps. Like we said, the mind maps we were using previously, or sketch something on a paper, sketch out your ideas, in the way you want them to be, or you can use them to connect so that you make an informed decision. And of course, when you use mind maps, you can think of so many other points and put on paper at some point in time. It's not like an exam, because in an exam you find if you want to use a mind map, it can take you a little longer. I mean, the time can catch up with you because you can't put all the points you want. But in terms of creativity, you have no time. It's not limiting you to, it must be today, it must be tomorrow. You have, the time is endless. So you continue just improving. So once you write your activities down, you can always either cross or add something else, cross or add something else, so that at least you're changing your mindset and working with the new mindset in terms of what you need to do. Be positive, see problems as challenges and opportunities. Open your mind to new ideas, even if they look as difficult as the task at the beginning. Yeah, I believe in this. Nothing is impossible, and I always say nothing is impossible with God. But now be positive also. Don't just say nothing is impossible, then you keep quiet. Sometimes it needs an extra thought. Now, some of us who are Christians, sometimes we even pray and say, tell God, I know it's impossible, yes, but with you everything is possible. So you are positive, see things from a positive side. So you're not just looking at the negativities. Negativities will sway you from even thinking upright. So you keep on thinking, or look at yourself as the lesser advantage, because you are now thinking, oh, now me, maybe it is because. Stop looking for excuses that might not really be the ones affecting you. So be positive. And like we said again earlier on, try out something. Don't just let yourself look like now you've given, that's the end of the road. It's just like being cut. Today, if someone cut your legs, God forbid. If someone chopped your leg today, God forbid, but you have your upper limbs and can move on with life. You pick up the broken whatever and just move on. You'll only try struggling to walk with crutches, struggle a bit, a few years, then you're back on the road and you're moving again. So just be positive. Look for creative ideas. Identify creative people in your field. So sometimes these creative ideas don't just come out of the blue. Some of them, you must look for people who can help you to now start getting creative. By the time someone is coming to tell you, oh, look at this sanitizer, and they're asking you, okay, so sanitizer, so what, this bottle, where did it come from? Start looking for, because at some point you find that the sanitizers have different tops. There are those who have that kind of spray. There are those who have this. There are those who have, you have to hold the bottle and pour, all those things. So look for creative ideas through connecting with creative people, because they help you to start thinking. They help you to start poking your mind. They help you to start opening up to things you might not have been seeing at that point in time. And they can even lead you to start developing a creative skill slowly. So if you got them involved also in your brainstorming sessions, you'll find that you are really achieving much more out of the ideas they are bringing on board. Then lastly, number 7, change your routine. Make small things in your daily routines and physical environments to help you see that things can be done in a different ways. Change your routine. Small changes. Change your routine such that at least you can look at things differently. Just like we were saying again, someone said one day, let people not know how you get out of your compound when you're leaving your house. If you're used to living through the left-hand side, walking left, going left, please, there are times you have just to change routine, walk to the right. You never know, because don't make people start predicting how you're going to behave. Like for us, we had a boss at some point, we used to call him Dr. No. Dr. No, why? By the time you're just approaching him, it's just saying, no, I have an issue. You'd say, no, you can't. So you start wondering, why is he saying no? He has not even listened to the issue, but his answer was first no, then start looking for. So change your routine. When people are thinking you're now going to say no that day, you say, please welcome, have a seat. Let's listen to what you have to say. And then be thinking, Allah, something happened here. So change your routine. It's normally also a good way to jog your mind and to help you start thinking differently. If you're used to just a black room, or you're just used to a yellow room, sometimes even change color in your house. It can help you start thinking differently, start looking at things differently. You start seeing something differently. You can even say, oh, you mean if I put white color, it makes my room look bigger. You mean if I put on this color, it makes my room look like this. So already that is a mind set that is making you now have a different attitude in terms of thinking. Listen for change resistance. Look out how people have done in the past and what have and what we have not done. Improve and be creative at this point and try to do new things which have not been done before. So like we said again, creativity has a lot of innovativeness in it. And anytime you are being creative, you're just developing something from another person's idea and making it better, like we say. You can even say you saw a flower vase that looks like this, but you improved on yours. You did a better flower vase and you put even a ribbon on it, blah, blah, blah. So listen to change in resistance. Don't be the person who wants to resist all the time. Take it positively and then work on it to make it something positive. So you try out something new and don't resist change. Book time to be creative. Very important to book time to be creative. Book time to be creative. What we are saying here, block some time, get time to let your mind think of certain ideas. Because you can't be the busy bee throughout, even the bees sleep. Don't be the busy bee. Have some informal meetings with colleagues here and there. Other times, even schedule time for chama and whatever. And through that activity of just freeing your mind a bit can make you now again get to some creativity of sorts. Or even just sit, create time, take 2 hours, sit alone, even lock yourself in a room somewhere, go and sit under a tree. You find that the thought process under that tree becomes totally different. And then be the role model by being yourself, a creative model and organization. It inspires others, and creativity is spread across the team and gives energy to develop creative thinking. Being a role model in terms of how you think, in terms of how you support others to think also differently, in terms of poking them, in terms of even asking them questions, they start looking at you differently and they start thinking, yeah, those questions help to mold you. Those questions help to poke your mind. Those questions help to also get something going in your head. By the way, you find that we have friends whom when you talk to them, all the time they're asking questions. They're asking questions. Why did Atuflani got an ask? Kwani, what happened? Kwani he was with Kwani, what was he doing? Kwani he did not even have his seat, but they question a lot. So such things would also work well because through those questioning or through that questioning, you find that it is one way of actually just being a creative thinker because they're now thinking, what if the 5 wives and 1 husband, they're now thinking, what if, why did this happen? How did it have happened? All those things are now coming in. So being a role model is a good thing. That would be a tip for creative thinking. Okay. So we get to the end of our learning. But of course, there's an exercise here. I don't know how we'll do it, but I want us to attempt it before we finally finish our presentation. So this exercise is called the creative type analyzer. Creative type analyzer. So it talks about which creative type you are. Are you a taker? Are you a mimic? Are you an empath? Are you crazy? Are you a dreamer? Are you an outsider? Are you a producer or a maker? So what it talks about here is that if you're a taker, you have these 3 small circles or these small colors. The 3 are small and they're identical. I mean, they're like the same size. And if you're a mimic, you're one big yellow and the small ones. If you're an empath, the blue and the. So this yellow and these colors also have something they represent. Maybe we get to them. Colors represent this. Yellow is for act. We can write down this. Yellow is for act. Then green is for connecting. And D is for deviating. Now getting back again to the exercise, now we are saying, if you are a taker, we said yellow is for yellow is for act, okay. For act, yellow, and then we have blue is connect, blue, connect, and then the red is for deviation, the red. So now if you can write down that, this is how it goes. Wait, I get back here now. So now if you are the taker, as a creative type, the analysis of your creative type, if you are a taker, it means you are action oriented and your connectivity is good and you have a deviation, whatever that is all like uniform. And if you are a mimic, it means your yellow, your action is greater than the other two. And if you are an empath, it means your connection is greater than the other two, something like that. And if they are both big, it also has another meaning. It means if the two are big and the yellow, the action is small, then you are a dreamer. So all these are defining you in some way, but now let us take the exercise so we get to understand ourselves even better. So now we have the act, then we have the connect and the deviate. Yeah, by those colors we saw. Now, when we talk about act, the act guys are quantity breaking, but okay, the quantity breaking guys leading to simple, smart, and well-crafted work. Yeah, that's what it does. Quantity breaking barriers leading to simple, smart, well-crafted work. The connect are quantity strengthening bonds. They connect, they get together, they connect, they bond, leading to familiar, resonate, and shareable work. Yeah. And then the deviate have some uniqueness, forging new paths. They always deviate from the norm. They forge new paths, leading to original, they are flexible, and they also like accept challenging work. So they deviate from the normal. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Yes,
So now let's get here. Now, if you're a mimic type, the graphic shown in the previous slide represents that you will do a lot of action but have lesser connectivity. Now, back here. Like now, if you are a mimic, the yellow is big, so the yellow is act, a lot of action, but less connectivity and less deviation. Are we understanding? And if we are a taker, action, creativity and connectivity and deviation are of the same percentage. And if you are an empath, the connectivity is big. I mean, the connectivity is big, the deviate and the action are small. So now we get back to the exercise. I'll just try to explain there. So let's just pick this. Action-oriented, you connect, you bond so much, and then for D, you deviate, you like to explore. Okay, so now we are going now to the exercise. Here is the exercise. Take your pen and paper, please. Be honest to yourself, be honest to yourself, be honest to yourself, and let's do this exercise. So question 1, I'm giving you half a minute to give an answer. Write down what you get. Write down your answer. So when you see any great creative work, now resonating with yourself, you immediately start creating something. You do something, you do nothing, you find out its intrinsic meaning, or you image how you would have done it immediately. So if it is an A, please just put the A and put the small a the way it is. Put it small the way it is. Don't write capital A. Just write 1, question 1, small a. If it is, if it is B, write the small b. If it is C, write the small c, like that, like that. So I'm giving you half a minute to do that. So I hope we have done. We go to question 2. The most important thing about your creative work is that you are doing it. B, nothing is not important. C, that it resonates with other people. D, that nobody has done it before. Okay, write it as it appeals to you. Write it as it appeals to you. You can write them going down so I can explain to you something. Just write them going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going down. There are 6 questions. Going down, write A, then write your A, then write your number there. If it is A, you write there. If it is 1. So like this, if it is A, you write your number there. If it is B, you write that question number 2, you write your answer. Then 3, you write going down. So it will be easier for us to work together. So I hope we have done question 2. So now let's get to question 3. Question 3, when you start a new project, A, you don't find any difficulty. B, you give up the project because of lack of knowledge in it. C, you do a lot of research. And D, you experiment with more options. Giving you 30 seconds again to give your answer. So question 4, which statements do you identify with strongly? You always have a creative project on the go. You relax by watching TV. You find it easy to empathize with others. If people know all your ideas, they may lock you up. Giving you 30 seconds again, you finish that, we go to the next. So I hope we have done that. So question 5, choose all that apply and be honest, but still again, you usually finish whatever you start. You are not a creative person. You are very interested in other races or other religions, and you wear strange like a badge of honor. You wear strange like a badge of honor. 30 seconds, please. So the last one, choose all that apply and be honest again. You make many versions your art before satisfied. You make many versions of your art before you get satisfied. Before you are satisfied, okay, I think you understand that. You make many versions of your art before you are satisfied, before you are pleased with it. And then you are also good, you are good to get a project and you can watch game on TV. That is B. You are good at getting a project and you can watch a game on TV. Then C, you are never happy unless a project feels right. You are never happy unless a project feels right. This is more of a perfectionist. And then, and the perfection is also even here. So then D, something which is done by you is already done, you change it. Something done by you, something which is done by you is already done, you change it. So I hope you have written them down like we said. Let me share what I have so we can all walk the journey. I hope you write them down, flowing downwards. And if that is what we did, let me give an example of mine here. I'm just going to. So let's assume this is what it looks like. My question 1, I've put an A, question 2 is C, 3 is C, 4 is D, and 5 is D. 5 is A, and then C is 6. Are you seeing mine? So now, I hope your answers also reflect like that, but you choose what was appealing to you here. Now, from what you are seeing here, how many A's do you have here? You write here, A is equals to, let me write for you mine. A is equals to 2, B is equals to 0, C is equals to 3, A is equals to 1. So mine is like this. So A, there are 2 A's here. There's an A here and an A here, so there are 2. B is 0. C, I have 3 C's, and then I have 1 D. So write yours again, the way I've written mine. Can you see my paper?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now finally, now, sorry, the instruction is here. The instruction is here where we are. Look at the screen again. So what we are saying is add up your totals. So the totals are your A, how many A's do you have? How many B's do you have? How many C's do you have? And how many D's do you have? Now, subtract B from A and C from D. What we are saying here is A minus B. Look at mine. A minus B. A minus B is equals to, is like 2 minus B is minus 0, isn't it? So you write it. Let me write mine, then I can show you how to do yours. A minus B is equals to 2. Now it's a little math, so do this. A minus B is equals to 2. Because it is this A minus B. Are you seeing? Then the instruction is again here. C minus B is equals to, you put there. Then D minus B, you put your answer there. Because your answer can only be A, B, C, or D. So let me put my answer. Are we there? If you have something more, if you have, okay, we are there.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I finally get. Now my answer are A, C, and D. A, C, and D. So now this A, C, and D is what we get here. Now at the total here, if we read here carefully, your creative type. So if your total for any of the letters is a small, is 0, 1, 2, or 3, then it means you have and if it is if A is 2 or A is sorry, if your total is less, is 0, 1, 2, or 3, then you use a lowercase of A, C, or D. Like for me here is you see now it's 2, 3, and 1, meaning it is only up to here. It can only cover only up to here. 0, 1, 2, or 3. There's no 4 in it. So I use A, C, or D. So still I get this A, then I still get C, and I still get D to resonate with my answers. So I put A, C, and D. I hope I'm clear.
Okay.
And if it is more, if your answers are maybe 4, 5, or 6, use capital letter. Use capital letter A, C, or D. Use capital letter.
And if you have a negative?
Sorry?
And if you have a negative?
If you have a negative, then you are here, you are under this, under, I think, an A. You are somewhere here, under A, C, or D. That negative is under.
So my answers are, gosh, what am I asking? So now my answers are 1, 3, and -1. So that makes me an A, C, and D.
That would make you an A, C, and D, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So now at that level, At that level, we want to write this. We want to write this, just hold on. We want to write C or D. So now we are here. We are here now. Here you can now down here. You can write A or A, C or C, and then D or D. So what we are saying here, what we are saying down here, is that if your answers now under this, like mine is A, C, and D, if I put my answer down here as A, C, and D, then I'll get my final answer up here. I'll get my final answer there. So you are saying your answer is what? Okay, actually what we are using is this, and this. So write this, write A, C, or D here. So you write it like this, wait. Or it can be A, C. So the final one will look like this. Your final answers will look like this. Either A, C, and D. That is what is being reflected here. If you can see this, look at the screen, this. It's either, it can be in small letters or it can be in capital letters. Small letters means your answers look like this. They are less than 4. They are less than, there's no 4 in them. So they will reflect small numbers. And when it is, if it is capital numbers, like if your answers are 4, 5, or 6, then it means your A will be capital, your C will be capital, and your D will be capital. If not, maybe there's a mix.
Mine, there's a mix.
So if there's a mix,
I have a small a, capital C, and small D.
Wow. Put them down the way they are. Small a, capital B. Now form yours, something like this, but form yours. How they would appear, 3 of them, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we actually want to interpret the results. We want to interpret the results, so I hope we are all together. Are we together? I hope we have done that. So finally, if we have all done that, here we are. So we are saying, look at these answers here. Are you seeing these answers here? Sorry. Are you seeing these answers? This is your creative type. So like for me, mine is this. Are you seeing mine now? A, C, and D, the same thing I did. It was just a guesswork anyway. But now A, C, and D, when you look at the screen in my presentation, you find that small a, a small c, and a small d finally becomes the taker. And if you have a small a or a big a, a small c, and a d, you become a mimic. Are we together?
Yes.
So are you reading your creative type? Are you seeing your results?
Yes.
Are you able to see your results?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, you can.
You can see your results.
Yes.
So
Yes.
from what we are seeing here, you are either a taker, you are either a mimic, you are an empath, a crazy, a dreamer, an outsider, a producer, or a maker, isn't it?
But mine is interesting.
Ah, yeah, yours is saying what?
Yeah, mine is saying all small a.
All small a.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
A, which is not here, isn't it?
Yes.
You are a unique one.
Yeah, probably.
All small a's. What happened? What was your?
So question one.
Ah.
Question one is a small a. Question two, small a. Oh, sorry, a. Then question 3, D. Question 4, D. Question 5, A. Question 6, B.
So how many A's do you have?
I have A3.
And then B?
B1.
And then C?
C0.
And D?
D2.
So after that, you came now to do the minus. You came here to do the minus.
Yes.
Got A, B, and then you got your results here.
So 3 minus 1, 2, which is small a. And C minus B, which C is 0 minus 1. That remains 1. Eh? If I think I'm right. It's 1.
It's 1.
Then B minus B, 2 minus 1 is 1. So
is
all
1,
of them are small a's. Yes.
All of them are small a's.
Yes.
Mwalimu,
yes.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Gideon,
yes.
when
yes.
What is your second one? The 0 minus 1?
0 minus 1
is negative 1. Because even
right.
you have a 0 minus 1. So try with a negative 1, which puts you in a small, it will put you
small
in a small d. No, it will put you in a small d.
Small b.
It will put, which one? Which one?
It will put Gideon in a small d.
It will be,
okay, there's one point he's saying he got 0 minus 1.
Yes.
That is a negative 1. So what he put an answer there was 1. So you put a negative 1 is a small d.
It's a small d. Yes, a small d.
So now he should try that. So he'll have an ADA or something like that. ADA. It's still not there. Okay.
It's not even there. Yes.
ADA.
Yes.
Because it would have been maybe the 3 capital S. Okay, so now yours is strange. So anyway, this is supposed to actually pick this is a generic. This is a generic exercise. So I'm hoping we can do it again and see whether the results will be the same. So now here is what happens. So now, like we said again, if you are a taker, this is what happens. A taker just takes whatever is put in front of them and is really interested in creating anything. Are you seeing? And if your answer was a mimic, it means it is A, C, and D. Gideon, let's hold on. Maybe yours will come down there. We'll see. So if you're a mimic,
yes.
If you're a mimic, you can copy anything but cannot understand the work's great significance. He can also see he has had time coming up with ideas on his own, a mimic. If you're an empath, has an intimate grasp of culture and the human condition, but cannot convert this into concrete original ideas. So there we are. Then if you are the crazy, you're all over the place and constantly thinking, but your strange ideas have no focus and are very hard to relate. They never finish anything they start. Crazy. You never finish anything. If you are here, if you start a project, you abandon along the way. If you're a dreamer, you're full of creative ideas, but has very difficult time finishing what they start. And is often too intimidated by reality and prefers the warm solace of his mind. That's the dreamer. The outsider is a disconnected person from culture, either through choice or affliction. But this does not stop him from creating large quantities of strange, inaccessible works. And then if you are a producer, I'm trying to say that Gideon is here, but I can't see it. Producer, very good in making things happen and creating things which people like, even if it's not original. And if you are a maker, rare and a balanced artist who is prolific, relevant, and original. Is there anybody here? I know we might not want to say where we are, but okay, this is generic. It's something I just got on the internet. So it's very unfortunate, Gideon. Imagine, so your thought process is totally different, so strange, and maybe you are now the greatest creative type. So even
it's out of this world.
It's out of this world, imagine. So you are that unique, you are that unique species, meaning maybe your creative thinking is way beyond what it's way beyond what this person did, what the author of this information did. So they did not think about that. So Gideon, I'm tasking you,
yes,
make this thing better by making it now, by being creative to make this tool work better for people like you now, who did not get a chance to assess themselves.
Probably it could be both. I can take taker and dreamer combined. You know, you never know.
Taker and dreamer combined. and Tima combined. Yeah, you never know. It could be that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that is that, and that is our end of our session today. Thank you for being part of that. Thank you for listening. So generally what we are saying, at least we have learned something out of that. And in summary, creative thinking lets you explore many avenues or new avenues of thought. It also draws a diverse team together, draws on a diverse team, at least you have to pick on each team. And then it also gets to, it investigates a wider range of solutions to problems. Like now, as what we were doing, investigating a wider range, only that we did not get Gideon's issue there. Then creative thinking also makes everybody in your team to contribute. You see, we are all contributing because we are struggling to get all this creative type, and we are thinking now, so where are we? And then it can lead to groundbreaking achievements or rewards. And then creative thinking also makes a team focused with good results and sees problems as opportunities. So that is the end of our session today. Unless someone has a question, it was nice having you. And it's really good to start doing this new normal. We learn a lot. We learn through our mistakes. We get more creative because this is also one aspect of just being creative. How else can you do this? Okay, fine. So that is it. Any questions maybe? So was it useful? Yes, ask your question.
Now, for example,
just thanking you for the good work, for the enlightenment. We've learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu.
Thank you. Someone else had a question or a concern?
I think, to be honest, this is the best learning when you have got, and I'm happy, very happy, and looking forward to meet with you guys and discuss more. It's so resourceful. We are happy.
Thank you. That's good feedback. So thank you for being patient. I'm thinking there's nobody else with a concern. Thank you for being patient. I know it can be very difficult holding people for 4 hours. You know, it's not like as interactive as we would have wanted it to be when we are at the hotel where we normally do our trainings, but at least even comments are just good enough. You are talking in terms of saying you have understood something. The exercises we have done at least are poking us a bit to help us get something. So I think I get the program back to Dan so you can close the session.
Thank you, Madam Jocelyn. Thank you very much for taking us through this word of training on leading with creative thinking. And thanks again to all our participants who found time to participate in today's training. I know it is hectic, especially being a weekend, but since inception of ACHLP, we've held all our trainings on Saturday. We find Saturday does not interfere with our day-to-day duties, that is from Monday to Friday. Now, why this training has taken such a long time, or so many hours, is that IHRM has come up with an online CPD standardization document where they insist that for this program to earn you 2 CPD points, it has to take at least 6 hours. So, but we shall always try to have an interactive session as much as possible, and also put in a break so that people can have reflection. And as we move forward, we shall find ways of making our sessions as beautiful as possible. Now, our next training will be on Saturday. This will be on HR measurement and metrics. Dr. Roda Salem, I can see you are online. You can hear me? If you're there, you can unmute yourself. Dr. Roda Salem, you there? I guess. Now, we shall be taken through that session by Dr. Roda Salem. For those who've participated in this, you realize we said, I gave a deadline for, we gave a deadline for up to tonight midnight. For those who are willing to participate in Saturday's training, they are able to pay 1,000. Somebody was asking us, me, why do you charge 1,000 for 2 CPD points? And my answer to them was, learning should actually be free from those who know to those who are willing to learn. So we try to lower the costs as much as possible so that by the end of the day, we can reach as many people as we can. Now, something else that we need to notice is as follows. If you've not enrolled for today's program on achlp.biz, kindly do so. I'm typing the website for you to see that, achlp.biz. You need to have registered there for purposes of getting your certificate. Finally, now somebody to mute their mic. Excuse. Now, IHRM requires me to submit the names of the participants immediately after this training. So I'll try my best to submit the names of the participants by at least before 5 p.m. today. What that means, I run the names or I run the attendance register from our e-learning portal, achlp.biz. Let me show you where you will access the materials for this training today. I want to share my screen. I'll take less than 2 minutes to do that. So, I'm on my portal, and for purposes of moving forward, let me log out so that next time you are logging into your portal, you'd realize it is very simple. It is important to note the website, achlp.biz. Have your email and password in a safe place, like on your diary, so that next time you are logging into the portal, it takes less than half a minute, not even half a minute, 2 seconds. And if you are using your personal computer, you can always click here where it is indicated, remember me. Now, I'm logging in. There. The moment you log into your portal, it takes you to the menu, Take Courses. You see where my cursor is pointing? It has taken you directly to Take Courses. Then the next thing you do, you just scroll down to the course you want to register for. For instance, we were enrolling for course number 16. So select on the first column, there is the select box. You just click that. Select. Then you move on to, there is a payment module there at the top where it shows you amount payable, M-Pesa pay bill number, account number is your ID. You don't fill anything. You don't enter anything under the M-Pesa pay bill number or the account number. After you've made payment via M-Pesa, you enter the transaction code at that point. You can see some of the transaction codes that are appearing on your screen there. So assuming I've put that transaction code and There I am. I click submit. But since that code is already used, you can see the message that has come to me. M-Pesa transaction reference already used. You can only use the M-Pesa code once. Now, immediately you have paid and submitted your course by clicking the submit button, your course will go direct to my courses. And most of you were realizing that the course was appearing pending for some time. That was before the admin had approved your training, because the approval requires the checking of the M-Pesa code against who has paid and so on. So now we go to my course, the course we've undertaken today. This is Leading with Creative Thinking. So on the column indicating presentation, you can view the presentation. Under the column indicated or headed receipts, you can print your receipt. Under the column indicated as certificates, you can download your certificate. Now, your certificate will automatically be available at 4. So you would just click download, and there you are, you've got your certificate. So if I go to view presentation, so next time I approve your course, don't get worried of where you will, excuse me, don't be worried or ask, where am I going to get my webinar details? The webinar details are always on the left panel. Let me go back to my courses. We are on course number 16, Leading with Creative Thinking. So I click view, just like that. The presentation will appear on the right-hand side. And then on the left panel, you will be seeing the training itself, the topic, the trainer, the webinar link, the webinar ID, and the webinar password. And since we were recording this presentation, you can always open YouTube video there to be able to see the presentation. Mostly we don't share our notes because for future purposes, we don't want that. You'll never find these notes with anyone else. So the moment we share the notes out there and we want to do the training again, somebody would say, hey, na hizi notes nilikuwa nimezipata, kwani hawa watu wanatoa notes kwa internet? Hapana. So the notes are only meant for the participant. So you log into your portal, you can see the notes for as long as you want. For example, if I go to my courses there, I can view the notes, the courses I took in 2019. You see that? These are the courses I took in 2019. I can view the presentation. I can print receipt. I can download certificate for a training in 2019. If I go to 2018, the same way. So the notes are meant for the participant. And for instance, if you run this program again, you will find because the notes are not accessible in the internet. Another forum participating. That way we remain in business. That way we remain in business. Now we are in 2020. We are in 2020. There we are. So remember, you can click view to view presentation at the webinar details. You can print receipts at 4 p.m. You'll be able to download your certificate. Now, next thing on this portal, you can always, if your employer is paying for you, you can always print your invoice by clicking on the training calendar. Number 1, you can print the entire calendar, print by clicking print PDF. And if you want to print your invoice, you just select the course, add print invoice. by clicking print invoice, I'll also get a copy. The moment you click print invoice, I would get a copy in my, the admin will get a copy of your invoice, and you would know so and so has printed an invoice. You can be able to, maybe we need to see something else. We are NITA accredited. That is something you need to know. We are NITA accredited. And next time you see we have a training and the organization is a levy contributor, NITA today is recognizing online training and they are reimbursing fees. They are reimbursing fees for you having participated in an online class. So we are NITA accredited. We are also IHRM accredited. You see that? And we've been accredited since, something you need to know, accreditation is done annually. So we've been accredited for the last 4 years to offer trainings. And that is why when we go to take courses, you would realize we've been training since 2017. We had all those courses. Actually, in 2017, we did a total of 38 courses. We've been doing business in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Now, another thing about this portal, you can go to my profile to edit your details. You look at my profile, it looks neater than yours. Why? I've put my photo, a beautiful photo there. You can edit your ID, your IHRM number, your employer, telephone, your position where you work, your town, and your country. And then click update. That will be done. One thing you would realize you are not able to change is your name. We had an incident last year whereby a participant would change their names multiple times to grant other people certificates for a session participated. So if your name has a problem, our WhatsApp number is there. You can see it. Just WhatsApp me. I'll be able to edit your name for you. Or you can do an email to admin. Now, you can also change your password. And somebody was saying, hey, that it doesn't work. Let's see whether mine will work. So if I put my current password, which is that, I want a new password, ACHLP2, then another, you see, I have submitted. Yes, you can read that. Your password has been changed successfully. But sometimes, don't change your password if you will forget it. If you will forget the new password, there will be no need for you to change the password. Always write your password down somewhere at the website so that you are able to remember. You are able to remember how to log into your system. So, having said that, I've stopped sharing. Unless there is a question regarding the operations of the portal, which I will answer, let me hear your feedback. And the good thing, Ebu, finally, let me share again. Just look at that. A situation where HRM requires you to have 10 CPDs per year. Where will you be keeping your hard copy certificates every year? This year, umepata 5 certificates minimum, umeziweka pahali. Next year, and God will give you a long life up to 100 years. Then you will have so many certificates. The important thing with the portal is that anytime you go to my courses, for those we began with in 2018, they've realized that we have continuously improved this portal for ease of access. Now, in my portal, I'm able to access my certificates. So to me, there is no need to print the certificates at any time, unless I need them or unless now I'm renewing my annual membership. That is when now I log into my system. I'd click download my certificate. And unfortunately, I know when one is sharing, one is not able to show the. Can you see my certificate? Hello, someone?
No, we can't see.
Yeah, when one is sharing.
Not yet.
Yeah, I know.
No.
I agree with you. I agree with you, because when one is doing sharing, it hides the view. But for all of you who've participated in today's training, the moment you you can download your certificate today. You can leave it there. You can let your certificates accumulate, and you only print them when you need them. So no need ile kusema nilisha print my certificate, sasa imeshachafuka, imepotea namna hiyo. No, and in any case, if it disappears, you log in again and download your certificate. In 2017, we had a very hectic time where and that actually gave us the creativity to come up with the portal. You would find a client telling you, and a client is always right, excuse me, I lost my certificate. So we had to print the certificate again for the client, scan the certificate and decide that. Or lazima you have to set that through G4S. So now with the portal, all those issues came to an end. You come into the session, you are able to get your certificate. Now let me show you one last thing. Now, can you see that? You can see this part? Someone?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now I want to log into my admin panel. I want to show you something so that you see the need to register on the system. I'm logging into admin. And there I am. So I've logged into admin, and so many of you were asking me. I am seeing my course is still pending. That was because as admin I had not logged in to deal with this part indicated as pending approvals. Don't read anything else. Pending approvals. You see, this is what I find as pending approvals. Then I can see there is Catherine Muchai, who is participating in HR measurements and metrics. Then I would need to check on the M-Pesa system how much Catherine Muchai has paid. You see the amount, the quoted amount for the course on your portal is 2,500. So for purposes of the receipt, I need to amend that to 1,000 there and update. Then see that the M-Pesa code that has been entered there is okay. And I have approved. So Catherine Muchai, for instance, I've seen you participating in this session. Immediately I click the word approve like that. If you check your email, you will find the webinar details for that training on your mail. It is instant. And if you log into your portal and go to my courses and click view under the presentations column, you would find the webinar details still. Now, there is someone else there, and her name is so I'll also approve this other one. Now, this is what I'm required to do. Let's see. There is PIH. That is Mire Wamoyo Mugwera. Mire has participated in today's training. And there I am. I have to edit that because she paid 1,000, not 2,500. And so immediately after that amendment, I will click approve. Number one, if you fail to enroll in the system, you will always find challenges with getting your webinar details. You'll also have questions about where to get your certificate from, and your name will not be submitted to IHRM. Let's see where.
Max,
Yes.
maliza hii uji.
Now, for instance, I need to submit the names of today's participants. Where will I get the names? I'll go to the attendance report there. Remember, I'm logged into the admin panel. And then I look for today's training. We've done so many trainings. To be honest, we are the leaders in this market of training. So that is HR Metrics. Sorry, this training is which one?
Okay.
Leading with creative thinking. Okay. Then I'll generate the report.
Hebu shika hii nini.
So I'll generate the report like that one. Now I have a challenge here. At the challenge I find there are some of us. At Agnes Gathoni Mushohi, if you are there, log into your portal and edit your details. Provide the ID number, the telephone. Because now the attendance register that I have has gaps. That is for Agnes Gathoni and Ali Suro. And then I've already run the report. The report has how many people? The report has 122 persons, participants. This is what I'll submit to IHRM as the participants for today's training. So by the time you take your, so I'm saying by the time you take your certificate to IHRM next year, they will counter check that with the name that is appearing on today's report. So if you are participating today and you had not done the tech courses on your portal, kindly do so after we've concluded this. And I'm always available, including odd hours. I'm always there. If I find a message, many of you will attest that I always take time to respond. Then, yeah, so I've stopped sharing, so we can now chat. Francisca Baltu, I want you to log into your system. I sent you the password. I want you to enroll so that you can be able to get your certificate. Anyone with a question?
Dan.
Yes, Sasa.
Vizuri sana. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Let me ask,
Yes.
what about the previous courses before we updated our profile status? Does it mean they were not forwarded to our HRM?
No, I would not say that. Now, okay, I agree with you. Now, what has happened? This idea of accrediting online programs came from IHRM 2 weeks ago. And I would say we are the first people to have our program approved for online. Remember what we were having? IHRM had approved our programs to be conducted at the hotel, Kenya Comfort Hotel. In fact, we had paid 435,000 for the 2020 CPD programs. But then you realize then Corona came. We only were able to conduct at least 3 trainings at the hotel. One at Naivasha Lake, Naivasha Resort. That was Kenya Labor. That was the Labor Laws Compliance Summit. And 2 others. Then we opted to conduct the other trainings via Zoom. So those trainings are recognized by IHRM. However, I guess saa zingine huwa tunakimbia kuliko IHRM. They realized, okay, now how do they capture this market by accrediting? By saying now, okay, since you are in the new normal, let's accredit the online training. And they developed another form they are calling online CPD programs. On having a discussion with them, they told me, then you are, let's do this. Apply for your courses again. Now the remaining part of the year, the courses I want to undertake. But they said, okay, we will not charge you.
We can't hear you.
Or will not charge you again. All our courses, all unaccredited. They put the word there, free. Now, listen to this one. All CPD programs, all programs that earn CPD are paid for. For IHRM to approve a CPD program, they charge, they issue an invoice. And those who saw our invoice, you realize they charge not little money. So we take a lot of time to ensure, number one, we've prepared the program very well. We submit that program for accreditation. We get an invoice for that, make payment, so that our participants and those who participated with us, I can see David Ogutu here. I can see Salima Salima Pleasant. Winnie Salome Ajema, I can see you. You can attest that whenever you've presented your certificates for renewal of your membership or your practicing license, IHRM has always recognized our certificate.
True.
Can I hear somebody affirm that?
Yes. Yes, it is true.
Very well.
Yes.
Now, Eunice Delito, you want to say something? Kindly unmute yourself. I can see you've lifted your hand. Unmute yourself.
On me,
Yeah, you can now talk.
in the SEHLP portal,
Yes.
we had said that we include the IHRM membership.
Yes.
I was not able to find any law. So what I did, therefore, I did put the IHRM number against one of the laws. I don't know whether it was against the mobile number or the address or the location.
Now let me share again.
Yes,
for
please.
For purposes of all of us. This is my photo. You can see that?
Yes. The profile?
You click my profile.
Yes.
You click my profile. Item number 3. You see where my cursor is pointing? Where there is 003989. That is my IHRM number. So you find something like that. IHRM number optional. You can see that?
Yes.
That is where you will enter your IHRM number. Now I can't remember it unless I check on my.
Okay, I will edit.
Oh, that is okay. You edit that. Let me remove all these. Let me remove all these items. That part is for national ID.
Okay.
That part is for telephone number.
Yes.
That part is for organization where you work. That
Right.
part is for town,
Yes.
and that part is
Possession.
for position.
Yes.
Like what was there is where I work. I work for Nairobi Water. My
Yes.
position is HR coordinator. My telephone number was there. So that basically captures. And these are the issue. These are the items that are captured on the attendance register.
I get it now.
And I've also found something else very interesting. You find somebody has registered on our portal, then they want to use one word. Like if I'm Dan Peters, they want to put, they just put Dan. You see? So your certificate will always read Dan. And you find, maybe sometimes you find the names that appear on your certificate and you want to have them changed. Let me know. Now, as a participant, I cannot change my name here. You see that?
Yes.
I can't change my name. But now as admin, if I go to admin, and by the way, for your information, we have 8,064 registered learners. So I would search myself there. There I am, Dan Peters. Now that is from the admin side. Now I can be able to edit. I can be able to edit the name. Okay.
Yes.
So if you would want to have your name amended to read something else, let the admin know, and that will be done.
Okay.
This is our.
Yes.
So we go back. Any other question? Or anyone wanting to, who would want to invite us for lunch, a wedding ceremony?
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Carol. Hi, Caroline. Sasa.
Don't you think 6 hours is too long for online, for one session?
I agree with you. I'm actually troubled. But you find, I guess all of us who are in HR here, you received some communication from my HRM. If you go through the document attached there, they've clearly indicated that for 2 CPD points, it takes how many hours? 6 hours.
6 hours.
Now, interesting thing about CPD points, they belong to IHRM. The CPD programs. No, the CPD awarded. And that is why, let me show you something else. Although I know that will not be, it is not possible for you to view that. When you are on your, excuse, when you are on your portal, are you there?
Yes.
On column number 2, that is code, the column reading code. Somebody to mute their mic unless they are speaking. Higher. Wow. So on column number 2, where it is indicating 01, 02, 03, if you want to find whether our training is, you can always check to see whether the training we are offering is accredited. So we go to the training today. You click on number 16. Can you see the approval?
Yes.
You can see that?
Yes, we can see that.
So you find that they've put approved for 2 CPD points. So it is necessary for us to start the training on time, that is at 8:30. And just in case somebody is interested in finding out from my HRM whether did this training take place, did it take the time indicated, you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because Sazigine, I found over time, because I'm getting older than all of you, that when you are, it is easier to comply rather than get involved in a lot of skirmishes with with the regulator. So you can always check whether the training is accredited. So our next training is HR measurements. So let's click number 17. So you look at that. At the top, the title of this application nowadays is Application for Award of Online CPD Points. So we are name of accredited sponsoring agent, NICISI. That is Academy of Certified Human Resource Professionals. So we move on. You have to put the name of the trainer. You have to attach the qualifications of this trainer, and a lot of, and you have to, you look at number 6. You have to share with IHRM the target audience, course objectives, clear e-learning evaluation criteria, summary of the e-learning course structure and instructional model. And look at that. Look at what IHRM wrote there. Na karamu hapo.
And then immediately you call me home secretary.
You see that?
How? What do you want? No.
You see, submit list of
No, what does
delegates.
he want? He tells me at
Submit list of delegates after
and then
training.
immediately he calls me home secretary.
That's why I was saying it is essential for.
Not when you see, and then you immediately you call me home secretary without my name.
If Eva can mute her mic, please. She's really interfering.
Nani, Evelyn, eh? Yeah, I have muted her. Now, another question. Let's see. And I've not heard Jane Wanjohi say something.
Jane Wanjohi is right here.
Yeah, talk.
My neighbor is building something, so there's been so much noise today. So I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of building going on next. He's changing his gate, so there's so much welding going on. But to say something, I hope you can hear me. The training has been good. I only had one comment. I didn't want to write everything there. I only had one comment. I think when you're having online, for it to be engaging, there needs to be in between interactions with the participant so that the 6 hours doesn't feel so long.
You are right. You are right. I've taken that feedback.
Okay. Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to say that the session has been good. Only that I was asking whether we can have succession planning included in the topics, probably for future. Maybe you can do that after HR metrics. I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
I don't know. Hi, Deno.
Yes, yes. Hi, how are you?
Fine. Hello. Hello.
We can hear you, Mary.
Did you get my suggestion? Because I didn't hear the response.
Yes,
Yes, please.
Dennis.
Then you're muted.
Oh, now I think I'm not muted. So we are saying that we need to be having several activities in between the training so that the training does not become boring. And I guess we really tried to do that today.
Dano.
Yes, yes.
No, I don't know whether we cover.
Yes.
Can we have a session on the KPIs, on the performance appraisal or performance management?
Come again?
Yeah. Have we ever had a training on KPIs, on other performance management?
Yes.
When?
Yes, we have.
That was in 2017. Let's look
I
at
had not
this.
joined.
Let's look at this.
Yes.
If I go to 2017, you are there?
Yes, I am.
You can see we had performance appraisal at goal setting. Then we moved on to key performance indicators. You can see number 11. Can you see number 11?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, but don't worry. We try as much as possible not to repeat the training.
Okay.
But we'll do an exception this time for you.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Okay.
Someone, yes, Caroline.
Sorry, one last one, one last request, because I can hear people putting at the training request. Can you do something on workplace abuse?
Workplace abuse.
Yes, please.
Like sexual harassment?
Yes.
Okay, look at this topic, then you tell me how. Look at this topic, you tell me how it is. This one. This again was 2017.
We did.
We had something on dealing with workplace bullying and sexual harassment. You can see that.
Yes, I think I'm not joined by then.
Number 12. So we shall also have marked that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've marked that, and we shall do it this year together with the succession planning. And what else? And then there was the key performance indicators.
Yes.
Key performance indicators. We are also planning to have a very interactive session on labor laws compliance.
Yes, that will be very good.
That will be very good.
Yes.
That was would have been my request. Yeah, labor rules is an interesting area.
Who is speaking? Betty.
Yes, Betty, please.
Yeah, I read your mind. I knew you would say you wanted to say that. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you.
It is all right. Labor laws. And if I share my screen, logo, I like sharing. You know, when you share, it shows a measure of transparency. Did you know that? So if I go to my inbox there, and you see what happens when somebody does an invoice, I get a copy of so and so has printed an invoice. And I just wanted to show you something we are working on. This is on labor laws, labor laws compliance. So we will be conducting disciplinary hearings. This is about the Employment and Labor Relations Court. We shall have Employment Act Amendment Bill, the outplacement process, the retirement counseling, sexual harassment, sources of labor, law and employment contracts, termination of employment contracts. This is what our trainer was working on. Okay.
Yes, can I request in addition on that, please?
Yes.
Can you also include health and safety?
Health and safety.
At the OSH, yeah.
Now let me show you something else. We shall have OSH and our other organization, that is the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. You can mark that website. That is IOSH.biz. IOSH is Institute of Occupational Safety and Health.
Okay.
This organization is also accredited by IHRM, and we conduct health and safety trainings under this organization.
Okay.
So in due course, before, as we move on, we shall run at least 2 programs under IOSH so that we can move very well. Someone else?
That will be very important, especially right now we're having so many challenges with the employees and the COVID issues. Is it, I don't know, maybe even the other team members can confirm, was it confirmed as an occupational disease, or we are still having a dispute with the insurance?
The insurance do not want it to be classified as occupational, because then they shall be forced to be able to cover COVID. And we all know the fights we are having with our insurance companies.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes.
then,
Yes, Grace.
just thinking, so if we are registered with the SCHRP, do we also need to register with IOSH, or it's the same registration?
Now, IOSH, yeah, you would require to register your details in IOSH, because the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health is a different organization from ACHRP.
Okay.
It is only that they share the same admin. And I'm looking for an admin for IOSH. Hiya.
I'll give in my application.
Very well, very well. Someone else? How are you want to say something?
No, me, I just want to comment about today's training.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really nice. And I got excited the very last portion where we started doing the creative type analyzer. And I'm still thinking where I belong. So I really enjoyed that part, and it was very nice. And in general, it was very, very good. Very, very good. Keep up the good job, Jocelyn. Thank you.
So, Jocelyn, you've heard that?
Yes, thank you very much.
Karibu. Aya, someone else? And by the way, as a HR, you need to develop courage to speak mbele ya watu. Hata hii ni mzuri, at least umejificha kwa you can speak. So, Mere Mogwera,
Yes, please.
You want to say something?
I'm just excited. I'm just happy. At least my objective for the day has been achieved. So, and I can say kudos to Jocelyn, and even the interaction we are having here. It is also very, very important. And those topics that members have suggested, I would really request that we give them a priority, because members could be having pressing issues, and this is the only forum that people are able to get the responses and be able to implement as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And something else I need to request our members present. We have another online portal, another online forum on Telegram. Telegram, you download Telegram from Play Store, Google Play Store, just like WhatsApp. The only difference is that Telegram is able to accommodate more people than WhatsApp in a group. Let me share, because I've also put it on the screen. This is our Telegram group. You can see that. Somebody confirm you can see what I'm sharing?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, we can see.
Now this is it has 3,761 members, and every day members are discussing issues regarding human resource practice. They share best practices, they ask one another questions, they share a lot of information. You need to be there if you are not there already. If you look at the charts, somewhere I shared the link to the Telegram group. In case you are not able to find it, you can WhatsApp me, then I'll be able to share that link again. And in this chat or in this forum, you are able to view charts from the time we began. As early when I came up with the idea of ACHRP, that was in 2016, you will be able to view the charts from then, what people have been saying, and you would see a lot of information. Someone else to say something?
No, just a clarification. Did you say you were going to put the link for the Telegram in our WhatsApp forum?
Yes, I will. And again, if you are pleasant and you have not joined, I've not put you in a WhatsApp group, I'll share my number. Just check the chat, what I write there. That is the number for admin, 0722-300-245. There. Just WhatsApp me, then I'll be able to share with you a link to join an active WhatsApp group. And some of the WhatsApp groups that we have are very interesting. They have very happy people sharing very happy information and learning from one another every day. Yvonne Becker, you want to say something? Francisca Saina. Yeah, by the way, you know, I've also realized that it is possible for someone to log into to Zoom and then take off.
Oh.
Yeah, you just leave you are just logged in, but you are not there. You disappeared, you went to town. Yeah. Because
unless you're using a laptop, not a phone.
Oh yeah, and yeah, that's what I've realized. So now, if there is no other business, let's meet on Saturday. If you've not paid, the offer we read tonight at midnight, 1,000, and we see what happens. Is that okay?
Yes.
maybe for once you can put on your video. I see your face. So it's very sad that you are hiding up to now. Yeah, I can see Hawa, I can see Grace. That's very good. Sunday, Agnes. And by the way, you know, training is supposed to be interactive. Hata kama watu hawafanyi meetings ile physical. You need to let other people see you. Then you can refer to this as a networking event. Ili hata mkikutana kwa street unauliza mtu where did we, I think we met online. Ama namna gani Sunday?
True.
Yes?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, imagine mkiwa mmefichana namna hiyo, then you will not say you are networking.
Yeah.
Who wants to share something? I'm actively looking for trainers.
We are here.
Yeah, ukikaa hapa ufikirie you can conduct a training, you let me know. Then I'll give you a forum. Here. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me show you what I've done to ensure that
There are many interested.
Skia?
Yes, must you have taken training?
What I've done to ensure that our training. Yes?
Must you have taken a TOT training?
No.
It's not a must, eh?
It is not a must. Just look at this, eh? I'm sharing something.
Wow, you read my mind.
Yeah. You see, you can look at this to ensure that our webinars are able to move on without any interruptions. We have a capacity to host. We have the capacity to host up to 500 participants in an event, and I guess we paid $1,400 plus 400. That is, I don't know how much that is. That's allowed 1949. The reason for that, we want to give our participants the best. What do you call this? The best environment, the best encounter, the best. We can discuss for 24 hours without interruptions. But you will also find that there are organizations that do what? They arrange, they say 1 hour, 1 hour training. It is basically 40 minutes because it is a free Zoom. You can't learn anything in 40 minutes, no. So if you are here, you want to train, you let me know anytime. Okay? Then we'll go through what you have, and I'll guide you. I'm a teacher by profession. Before I became a HR, I did education, BEd. And Dr. Salem, I can see you. Good afternoon, Dr. Salem.
Good afternoon.
Yes, karibu. We are.
I've been around. It's just that I just covered myself kidogo.
Yeah. And you see, I like that hairstyle, and then you are hiding yourself. So what we do we don't. I have got very good trainers. Dr. Loda Salem being one of them, Jocelyn Omsebe being the other one, and many more. And we are always looking to increase the pool of our trainers. And the trainers we currently have are very good mentors. You see, you participate in our events, we see what you have, you nurture your field. And we've put in a lot of resources to ensure that training sio mchezo, tunaifanya tu vizuri na watu wanafurahia, like what we had today. So Saturday, don't miss Dr. Salem's session. She's an expert in HR metrics and analytics. She's also an expert in HR balanced scorecard. I saw somebody said we needed to do HR balanced scorecard. She's an expert. So we will be engaging on that one. Agnes Murioki, I want you to talk. Can you? Agnes Mugania. Wow. Jackie Kiambura. Daru. Faith. And by the way, Agnes Mushohi, you've not said something. I want you to say something. Can you?
Of course, yes.
Yeah,
the training has been very insightful and
yes.
very informative. The training has been very insightful and informative. I appreciate what has been done by the trainer.
Ah, wonderful. Francisca?
Oh.
Yes, Saina, say something, yes.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Yeah, I like the training as usual. You never disappoint. Very good trainers. It was an interesting session, an eye-opener, and learned a lot.
Thank you, Francisca.
Yeah.
Agnes?
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Agnes.
Thank you for the trainer. It was a very training. I've enjoyed all the way from Meru, and you're doing a good work there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agnes Mungania from Meru University. Is it?
Yes.
Yes, and you are very much welcome. And I want you to do a session as we agreed.
Yes, we shall talk about it. Thank you.
Karibu.
Dan?
Jackie?
Yes,
I presume that is Jackie Kiambura?
No, this is Jackie Obuya.
Jackie Obuya, how are you?
I'm very fine, thanks.
We talked this morning?
Yes, we did. I appreciate your support. So I also enjoyed the session very much, and I concur with the suggestions to use us as resource for training. We think it's very good, and it's also that we'll be able to learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Sunday, I want to hear you speak. Then Breda Gadiaka.
But you already had me speak then.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes.
Yeah,
no,
the training was good. Let me return my video so that you can remember.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You see how.
Yeah, the training was good. Very informative. Again, the only issue that was raised was regarding the 6 hours. But as we know, it's a IHRM requirement. However, yeah, 6 hours can be a bit lengthy, to be honest.
Yeah, true. Kama mimi nimepata njaa sana, although I was able to sneak and get something. I know the trainer must be feeling very hungry. Now, that is true, Sunday. Now, Carol Kitul. I know Carol Kituru logged in and disappeared. I'll call her. So, as we've agreed, let's meet on Saturday, and let's engage. WhatsApp. You can call. You can log into your portal, and then you will realize when you are on that portal, it is very easy to use. Hainaga mambo, hapana. So, thank you so much, and you are welcome for lunch, all of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So let her come total.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Unajua Masai hata mimi huyu mtoto Nindoka na mwangu wewe tunasema
Yvonne.
Yes, Dennis. Sorry, I'm on my way. Nimetoka kwa ofisi. I'm headed to town, so that's why I couldn't put my Nini on.
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm glad to hear from you. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for participating. I'm looking forward to seeing you on Saturday.
I'm looking forward to.
And Francisca, we can engage to ensure that your course is registered on your portal. You can use the details I sent you via text to log into your account.
Okay.